All right. As soon as Holly gets in, we'll bring her on, and until then, I'll just push all this out. No guests tonight. No, I don't know. We do want to talk about a couple of things going on, and we'll see, what happens then. But yeah, waiting on Holly. So anyway, well, welcome to Political Head Trauma, where if Head Trauma had a podcast, it would sound just like this. And hope everyone's doing well. It has been a quite a crazy week for me anyway, and around here, trying to get all this stuff done. Holly is having a rough time logging on. She's calling in from, or whatever you call it, zooming in from home, or however you put it. But I don't know if anyone's out there, throw in your comments so that we can start this chat before Holly gets here. Bring up subjects and kill time, I guess. There was a debate last night. I definitely want to wait for Holly to talk about it. There's been some international things going on that are a little confusing. Maybe not confusing. A little leaves a lot of stuff kind of up in the air about what the future looks like. And it doesn't seem to be talked about much. It's a change of status after 50 years. And so we'll have to see what happens with that. And then, I don't know. I want to talk about how the primary election went. And Holly's the person with the inside knowledge of that. So I definitely would like her here for that. But so far, she's still trying to learn how to work her computer, I guess. So I guess we'll just kind of talk junk on her until she gets in here, and then kind of restart. Hold on, getting all the sharing done that we have to get done every time. And yeah, so if anyone else has any discussion topics they want to bring up and let the people know about, please feel free. Send your thoughts and information out this way. I don't know. Still waiting on Holly. Let me check on her real quick. If not, you'll just get to BS with me, maybe. Okay. All right. So let's see if she's talking about where she's at yet. Guess not. All right. So yeah, let's have all you guys bring up okay, Matt Jones. Says, "What's up, Scheme? What's up, Matt? How you been?" You're the only comment we got right now. So until Holly gets here, you get to pick the subject. And while you do that, I'm going to knock out a Red Bull. We'll see if there's anything going on any of the other stuff. We've got we'll check the YouTube, see if there's any comments on there. Nope. No one chatting with us there. We'll check the Rumble and see if there's anything going on there. See if the sound automatically turns on, because sometimes it does that, sometimes it doesn't. But yeah, if you guys got a subject you want to talk about, please bring it up. Let us know what you want to talk about, because we got to wait until Holly gets in here. All right, Matt says this election could be a catalyst for a much bigger problems. Yeah. What are you thinking, Matt? What's your thoughts on the possibilities there? You know, I'm the debate last night had me thinking that there's almost no way that they'll keep Biden in there. I can't see how they would do that. I know when you look at the Twitter and all that, everyone's kind of making two comments about it from the left. The right was just having a heyday. They were at an amusement park. But the left was either saying turning their back on Biden completely, or they were saying, well, apparently there's a talking point that was put out that he's fighting a cold. But I mean, there was no energy. There was no he was barely coherent during the whole thing. And so that, I don't know. I guess you could say it was that, I guess, if you had to. But man, I mean, he did the mumbling at the end of the sentence. He did all of that. Matt says the guy wasn't there mentally, that's for sure. Yeah, it's whenever they did a close-up on him, it was sad. You could see him, he's trying to piece a sentence together, and I think inside his mind or his feelings, whatever, he knows what he wants to say, but his mind just couldn't reach out and grasp and put it together. And CNN's format, where they muted Donald Trump, made Trump and made him seem more mature, and gave him how do I put this? Made it so that he didn't come across as a bully. And it's almost as if the rules that CNN put out were put out for Trump. And then in the beginning, they had like a kind of a coin flip type situation where Biden could pick, does he go first, or does he or choose which side of the stage he stood on? and he chose to stand on the side of the stage where selecting the order to go in, I think, would have probably gave him more advantage. The side of the stage, I don't think matters at all. So he stood on the right side of the stage if you're watching, and Trump was on the left. And I don't understand why that was selected. He just kind of utterly fell apart. There was even a moment where he did the anyway, and just stopped before completing his sentence. It killed him. And then muting Donald Trump's mics, that helped him. That rescued him completely. If Trump would have interrupted at any of those times where Biden just trailed off, it would have given Biden an excuse to not have to account for that. You don't have to witness that in its full glory. And then also it would have probably given the anchors who are not positive towards Trump, it would have given them an opportunity to kind of dig in on him or call him a light bully or reprimand him. And that made it so there was no opportunity for that. So it was not a good showing for Biden. Not at all. Holly's saying her computer won't load. I'll try resending the link. Yeah. I know this would be a disaster if it was just me on here talking. Yeah, I don't know. And it does feel like we're in an interesting time. Matt says that, the election could be a catalyst for much bigger things, but I think the ending of this term is a catalyst. And then I wander into the thoughts of, in my darker moments of thinking, if the Biden administration wants to hold on that hard, will they lean into all this warfare that seems, let's be honest, it feels like it's come about because of his particular weaknesses. So could they lean into that and say, all right, this is where it's at, so we're going to lean into this war footing, and then next thing you know, we're in World War III because of it. Ty asks, what streaming service do you use? Well, we're using Restream. That's who we're running with right now. That's the one provided to us by KMMU or Main Street Media, Utah. Everyone go check them out. And so we're flashing out on all of their servers and their Rumble and everywhere else. We're going through them. But anyways, yeah, that's a concern of mine, that he'll lean in and say, okay, let's advance this war footing because that's where we are. Let's, lean into it, because presidents during wars commonly don't lose. It's, I don't know if anyone can tell me. I can't think of a time that's happened. Woodrow Wilson, he won. But I think World War I started in his second term, so that doesn't count. Of course, FDR, he served what? Was it 6 terms? Is that what it was? Was it 6 or anyways, he kept getting reelected. He had to die in the office. Um, George Bush, Johnson didn't seek reelection. Truman, he was president during Vietnam or during Korea. Johnson was president during Vietnam. He did not seek reelection. That one was going ugly. So he dropped out. Tim, what's going on? Yeah, maybe we'll bring Tim in. If Holly can't make it for a while, I'll see if Tim can't jump on real quick. Yeah, but I don't know. This is craziness. Craziness. Tim, if you got a minute, I'm going to send you the link and jump in if you can. Yeah. Tim's out of New York. He's a poor guy that needs to become a refugee. But yeah, we'll have him jump on, chat with him while Holly still tries to figure her stuff out. And we're doing a remote again because we had a little incident over here at the house. So last week did remote because I was pushing around a cough, didn't want to hand it off to anyone. And this week we're doing it because of catastrophic injuries at home or with a family member. So it's easier just to, have it remote. But yeah, we'll see what Tim says about all this. Everyone that doesn't know, Tim is, well, here's Tim right here.
What's up, brother?
Hey, what's going on, man? How you doing?
Well, yeah, I mean, I'm okay, I guess.
Yeah, you're okay. What are your thoughts going on? Did you watch the debate?
I did, yeah.
What's your thoughts on it?
Yeah. Hold on, a little feedback, brother. All right,
Okay.
maybe that's better.
All right. What's your thoughts on the debate?
Well, it was a disaster, wasn't it?
For Biden, it was for sure. He put Alzheimer's on display.
Yeah.
He like heavy. It would have been like had they willed Wilson out in his last 2 months and said, "This is what a stroke looks like."
That's a sad fact.
And so Trump walked away the easy champion of that. And CNN's rules helped Trump 100%. The rules where they muted his mic so Trump didn't get to interrupt and let
that
Biden
backfired on them. That's for sure.
Maybe it didn't because CNN, they got their biggest numbers when Trump was in office. So maybe they're playing 3D chess. So what's going on in your world right now?
3D, 4D, 6D, whatever it is a mess.
Well, if Trump gets back in, it'll definitely give CNN another boost because it's where all of the progressives will go to catch their news. They'll run to CNN and MSNBC. Oh, Holly might be here now. And so maybe CNN's thinking, you know what? Let's lean into it and make money. We don't care if our policies win, but let's lean into it.
Okay, so that's what it looks like to me. I don't know. Like it was so bad on so many levels. And look, I think I'm not a big huge Trump fan. He drives me a little bit crazy. He won by comparison, but when we take a look at the possibility that this is what the two-party system gives us, I'm literally terrified, brother. I'm like, this is a mess.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah. But, Holly, can you hear us? Holly? I wish I knew sign language. Holly
I'll be-
cannot hear us, and we can't hear
It's,
her.
she seems like she can see us, but I don't know what's going on there. I if she has the stream playing in two different spots, I could tell you that I was getting some wild like lag and reverb and back. It took me a minute to figure it out, but at least I'm here now. You know?
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure it does that. Where it feeds into your processor from two different areas.
Yeah.
I'll bet it kills it. Yeah, we are in a wild place because we have well, I've said this before, but Donald Trump has become um, kind of the split for the Republican Party. So obviously you have Republicans who don't like him, and then you have Republicans that are all in on that on an individual. And so he's become a split for the Republican Party, which makes it a weird time to be an outsider watching the Republican Party for sure.
I'm loving it. So look, I got a funny little recap. I'm listening to Trump explain his cognitive tests, and I'm basically not really following what he was saying because it didn't make any sense to me. Like he wasn't going from point A to point B. He's not necessarily a linear thinker. He's a little bit impulsive. I'm laughing my butt off because I'm like, all right, this is a train wreck. And then like my laugh kind of turned into like I almost got some tears going because I'm like, this guy doesn't make sense either. Like he's way better, way better than Joe Biden, but like this is the best that the system does for us. You know, like wow, just wow.
Well, you're right. He's not a linear thinker and he's not a communicator.
Yeah. And he's funny sometimes, but
He's an entertainer.
God. Yeah, there you go.
His personality is one of entertainment. Now, Biden's personality has always been I remember him back to when I was younger and seeing Biden, like in 94 was the first time we really got a good taste of Biden.
Right.
And
right.
I look back and I remember he was a power broker. That's kind of his personality.
Correct. I mean, selling access, right? Like that description of him being a power broker and how people have alleged and claimed he's interacted with Hunter when Hunter's out there collecting money. Perfect description of a power broker, right? He's just like showing up at the right time, winking, nodding, shaking the right hands, letting somebody else do the dirty work. Like poor Hunter is such a bag man. Like I don't think people watch, those mob shows, those mafia shows to see how this all plays out. Hunter takes a little hit, his money's going to be intact. Joe gives him the big hug of thanks. Like I don't know, man. This is wild. This is
I know
just wild.
it's almost like if Hunter goes away to prison, it's like it's just the price to pay for our family.
You said it perfectly. You even sounded like a mob boss right there. That was well done.
Yeah. Yeah. It's have you seen that Hunter's baby mama has been doing the circuit now too? She wrote a book and she's been on all the media tour.
Yeah, I caught her on for a few minutes on PBD podcast, and
Yep.
like I like their breakdown of news sometimes, but occasionally I just get like I couldn't listen to the whole thing. It's almost too entertainment oriented, which is fine that that's what they're doing. But she was offering nothing that we didn't already know. She was actually nicer than like anticipated her to be about him. So it didn't hold me for very long, that one.
Well, yeah, me either. No, the entertaining part is just that she wrote a tell-all, or maybe not a tell-all. Maybe but essentially that's what it is: meat and potatoes.
Yeah.
And I don't know if it'll have any effect because let's face it, with the way our politics are right now, is you've got us people in the middle who are looking at this, and it's like. It's my common acronym. Do you want to eat the old ashy, dried up dog turd, or do you want to eat the freshly snapped off greasy one?
I mean, I guess if we're gonna,
And that's
that's a good question. Which would I rather eat? I don't know.
our
I'm
whole
not
political
answering.
system. The
Yeah.
Democrats don't even offer what they offered 20 years ago. They don't offer robust worker rights and supporting raising the minimum. They don't offer any of that. They say they do, but their actions show that they are solely focused on helping out the college graduate laptop class. That's all they concern themselves with.
And they offer him bribes for votes, right? I mean, that you're on point there. The myth of a college education is the brand of a college education is being destroyed right before our very eyes. You know,
Oh yeah,
it's wild.
yeah. Honestly, they should just make it that any college says, "Okay, you pay us X amount of money, and we give you a piece of paper, and then you go about the world. Don't waste 4 years here. You know, just you give us $120,000. We'll give you the piece of paper with pretty ink on it. We'll make it the prettiest of ink, and you just go out about the world. And then you've got certain degrees. You've got certain degrees where I think college education needs to continue, and that's obviously medical and engineering. I don't even know about legal anymore, because I think you could intern and become a lawyer just fine. I
You
think
could use
medical you could intern, but
both of those like industries are going to be pretty well served by AI, given the current diagnostic strategy and the current legal structures. Like AI is going to basically take over those industries. And this, with all due respect to creative, thought-provoking doctors who want to do research and further medicine, but that is not the regime play going on right now. They have boxes they check. They send you to diagnosticians. You don't, your general practitioner practically diagnoses nothing. Some of that's okay, but some of that can easily be replaced by artificial intelligence. And guys, like, could already be replaced by artificial intelligence. We could just have specialists. It might free up a lot of doctors to do more research and more creative kind of health oriented conversations with patients. They could become like health counselors. They could say,
they're
hey,
interpreters for the computer.
yeah. I mean, honestly, man, I love my doctor. He's one of those guys that has an alternative style practice, but there's still this. Here's a bunch of forms to fill out. Here's what we're gonna do, and it's very formulaic, for lack of a better word. It. And look, when it comes to legal stuff, AI is going to be better because it's not going to misspell words. Obviously, intention is going to be key, but AI can probably do the legal profession better than the legal profession, and I hope I get sued for that.
when they get an AI judge and judiciary in there, I think it ends all a human interaction.
I'm ready for it.
Well,
Like on
yeah.
some level, I am, because there is, this, right? And I don't mean to overtalk you, but there's a distinct component to the legal profession, an entire brand of lawyers that go around and chase money. They chase special legislation first, and then they use that legislation to put money in their pocket, go door knocking and saying, you're not in compliance with the ADA, for example.
100%.
And we're going to shake you down. But they chased that legislation first because they knew it would put money in their pockets. Look, I don't know if you ever watched any of my work with Thomas Daniel Queter. He's a libertarian mobility independence professional, and he's been in a wheelchair his whole life. He understands what the ADA is, and so when he says it, it causes everybody to dive a little bit deeper. You know what I mean? Like it's real. It gets a little realer.
Yeah, if they're going with the disability account to a place where disabled people won't go and just doing a shakedown, it's the same model that Al Sharpton and all them did. And you're right, but it's beyond that.
Right.
Our judiciary favors wealth. You can't even argue that at all.
Right. I get to where I sound like a communist sometimes. I get so anti the system and the thing where the system has been written to benefit particularly people who bought legislation. We talk about regulatory capture. We talk about the legal profession. It's just like this is designed to benefit people with money. It's their playground. It's their club. And me and you got podcasts. We're going after it. We're going after them. But if we get too close to the source, if we get really popular, they'll shut us down in a heartbeat. They'll go back through our old stuff and just be like, that guy said this. He's done. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah. Oh, me and Dave got hammered
Beautiful. I love it.
4 or 5 times during COVID.
Yeah, for telling the truth. We did. Looking back, did you say anything that was wildly off base?
Actually, it's come out that we were dead on every time. It's just we were saying no words. You know, the Google had to touch the doll or had to show the doctor on the doll where we touched him.
Oh, yeah. I mean, so look, that is so real. I'm glad on some level we appear to be coming out of it, but they got away with it once, man. They will do this again.
We're not the same country as when we went in.
No.
Economically, we're half the country we were. GDP wise, we're confused. And then Biden becomes president. I just read an article. Now, it was in the Washington Times or whatever, one of the right wing, or Washington Times, I think, whichever one.
Yeah, New York Times or Washington Times, either way.
Or Washington Post, is it Washington? New York Times
and the Washington Post, 2 big, generally left-leaning outlets.
But it was in the right-leaning sister.
Okay.
So New York Post maybe, or whatever.
New York Post leans a little bit to the right, a little more sensationalist.
Leans more Republican, we should just say. That would be the easiest way to put it.
That's true.
Because Republicans aren't always right. But anyways, the study came out. So they did a study on job gains in the U.S. since 2019.
Okay.
And it was, I'm shooting off my head, but it was something like 60% of the job gains in the U.S. since 2019 went to illegal immigrants. So that's the job returning. Now, they lost 186,000 jobs, whatever. And illegal immigrants gained back 100,000 of those jobs. And then minority U.S. citizens gained back the others. White males, on the whole, had a net loss of productivity since 2019. So the job loss after COVID went all in one direction.
Amazingly enough. And look, the game is rigged that way. I want to be fair to migrants and illegal immigrants. When they show up for a job, bro, like they work all day long. They do the job.
Well, they work all day long.
Done. It's wild.
They don't come with the overhead of, if you abuse one of them, you have a threat that they have to chew on that abuse. Sure. Whereas if you abuse a U.S. citizen, you don't have that extra threat. You have all the same threats, but you got one more threat that's like, I'll just call ICE on you and you've got no standing here.
Yeah, but let's just change the word from abuse there to impolite or strict demands. Like, that's all we're really talking about. Like, hey, champ, get some shit done. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
you say that to an American kid and he's going to cry, you know, like it. I'm probably exaggerating a little bit because I've got a crew of like wonderful professionals that work with me. And there's a satellite people that are from other countries that are legal migrants that have worked hard their whole lives. So it's like, I don't want to overstate it just for humor and effect, but there is this element, bro, like this of who does the work, who gets stuff done, who keeps up with this old guy during a day of work. And, you know, that's real anymore. It's an absolute fact that
you're not incorrect on that.
Yeah.
But I'll put it like this. It's kind of rough that I pay taxes to and fund their luxurious lifestyle of our politicians to have them enact laws that work against my people, that work against the general welfare of the citizens.
I'm 100% with you that, again, this is a form of regulatory capture and control, and that if everybody's equally miserable, that appears to be the goal. I know that's like sort of a conservative talking point, but that's one of the areas where they are spot on, and I appreciate the noise that they make. They're absolutely right that the goal of the government appears to be making everyone equally miserable.
Everyone but their class.
Yeah, the political class, and
they're stripping the middle class. Now, I'll also say this about illegal immigrants. Holly, how are you? First, let's say hi to Holly. Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Right, yeah.
Okay, and we hear Holly. Everyone, Holly made it. She's in the Star Wars room, and she's wearing a beautiful dress as always. She just got up and pranced around the room to show it off.
The Death Star is the result of centralized government authority and planning. I just want to point that out.
She's wearing slipper booties.
Nice.
I got my slipper boot. I got the Death Star. I've got The Rock keeping it real with his tequila. I'm sorry if my background is kind of polarizing, but this is what we do when our computer just craps out on us. So we're supposed to go live. So hi Tim, nice to meet you.
Yeah, nice to meet you, Holly.
I think you guys have chatted before, but we're talking about the U.S. government, so I think the Death Star is very apropos.
I love it. It's perfect timing.
So I want to say this about illegal immigrants.
Yeah. I
think wholesale illegal immigrants and U.S. citizens are not better than each other.
I'm with you. Yeah.
Because I'll say this, because I'm a handyman. I work around them all the time too.
Sure.
You're going to work around the ones that because of their profession and professionalism will interact with you on a daily basis, but you interact more with the general populace. So of U.S. citizens, you're going to witness more of the contrast. I think were you to do your job in Mexico, you would probably say the exact opposite. You see what I'm saying?
I think I do. I think that's fair. I really do. Like, I get it. That stratification exists everywhere, but it's a real stratification. I get it, man. I definitely get it.
It's like but anyways, when you look at it like that, but the fact is that the government force closed 186,000 jobs, and then when they opened them back up, those jobs went to the people who didn't lose those jobs. So those people who lost those jobs, that's where we add to our and then we wonder, and this has been going on for a while. The studies go back. This happened. It's been a concurring thing. And so we're just going to see deaths of despair rise up. And that's one of the things you grade whether a country is a good country on the global stage.
I'm with you. I've talked about deaths of despair so many times as a result of the government response to COVID. But it only reaches people that are at least on some level as enlightened as we are. And I don't mean to insult people that don't buy into it, but you're not hearing what I'm saying, that deaths of despair because of the government response to COVID, it may reach some conservatives. It might reach some Republicans. It basically lands really well with libertarians, and then a very few classical liberals. That's also who it reaches, but it's like such a minority. I don't know how to fix it, brother. You know what I mean? Like, I just keep trying.
The hard part is and this is why I am not a Republican. Holly, you don't have to cover yours. This isn't a bad thing I'm saying. Is because everybody looks to put power in Washington, D.C. or in, whatever capital of your state is. They seek to put power there and control there, where I don't mind putting power in my states or my county building or my city building. I don't mind putting power there because I can go and meet with the mayor. I can go and explain something to the mayor. But at the state capitol, they're not letting me in those doors. And there's no way, honestly, if I got anywhere near DC with the objection of trying to talk to someone, I'd be sitting in a cell right now.
Over and over again, you would have to explain yourself, and then they would try to just make you leave. And if you had a legit protest to make, they would probably find something to charge you with. Like, that's the real power.
Wait.
Please,
I have actually been to the Capitol in DC, not as a chair, just as a citizen. I reached out to my congressman and my senator prior to going, and I got to meet with Chris Stewart there. I also got to meet Mike Lee there. This is before I was party involved. Mike Lee gave me a tour of the Capitol. Now, I don't know if it's like that for every citizen in every state, but there are protocols to going. And during Trump administration and during COVID, we had to get approval from a congressman to tour the White House, which I was able to do through my local congressman. This is still something. It's still something. I don't know if COVID or if January 6th changed any of the protocol, but I know Mike Lee still does tours with citizens of Utah because I've seen citizens post it of their tour. So I don't think you'll be under the for going if you follow the proper protocols.
You're probably right. It's still very cost prohibitive.
Yeah. And look,
I have to get my happy butt to DC. That's one. That's not a cheap fare. And so you're probably right. But it's still, I would much rather, my mayor's name is Debbie Wynn. I would much rather put the power with her than with Governor Cox or President Biden.
Sure.
I shouldn't giggle. Last night really affected me. Did you watch the debate last night, Holly?
I didn't miss a second of it. But all right.
Well, we talked about it already. Let's rehash because I want to hear Holly's take.
Here's my take. They wanted last night to happen. They threw Biden to the wolves, in my opinion, knowing he would fail because they still have 2 months till they have to pick a nominee. And they want the public to decide last minute that it's not going to be him. And they are going to throw someone in the final hour. And it's not going to be him because they just proved it. There's nothing he can do. Nothing.
So what color of tie is Newsom going to wear when he accepts it?
I don't think it's Newsom.
Really?
What do you think it is? Yeah.
Really? After Newsom already had the debate with DeSantis?
Yeah, but he didn't win the debate with DeSantis. And he's got such a horrible record. He has run California into the ground.
And that's ever stopped the Democrats before? Ever?
No, I'm saying he's only going to be able to take on certain Democrats. They need independents. They need the black vote. I think their only hope is Michelle Obama. They're going to pull her in an hour because there are independents who will pick her, not only because she's a woman, but she'll be the grown-up in the room, even though her policies are no different than Biden's. We are seeing the Obama-Biden presidency right now. This is Obama's third term.
This is Obama's dream. Now, this is everything Obama couldn't get through.
Absolutely. And it's in retro speed. So of course everything is terrible and it looks like Biden just screwed up, but Biden did exactly the opposite of what Trump did by design. What if you were trying to destroy the country, what would you do different than Biden has done?
That's a good point.
Look, that's a fair question, but that
would
does
you do
not stop. No. It's a fair question. I agree with the question, but that does not stop the Democratic machine from wanting exactly that. They don't think, I don't think that they think they're destroying the country. I think that they believe what they're doing is for the good of, well, of marshaling them more identitarians into their party and bringing them into the fold. But I think they honestly, they're like true believers, like they're like, oh, this is great. This is great. We're evening things up for everybody. And it's like, are you though? Like it's just, you're not.
No, I agree. I don't think they believe they're destroying the country. But I don't think there's anyone, Democrat or not, that can look at the last 4 years and go, yeah, this has been great. Unless they work for the federal government or the state government, because those are the jobs that have increased exponentially, right? And when you have someone on your government payroll, you tend to be a little more agreeable to what's happening in government. And so, yes, if we said tomorrow we want to get our debt under control, start by cutting all government jobs in half, how many people would become Democrats overnight, angry they just lost their job because it's their job that got sacrificed? And yet true Republicans would do it. True conservatives would do it. They would get rid of it. They would absolutely cut this government in half. And yet it would put so many Americans out of work. Sometimes whole families, because wives and husbands work in the same career, which is the government. Those
Not
people,
to mention our college class is, by all intents and purposes, government employees right now. Our
absolutely
professors.
Funded by government approved loans, government backed loans.
So we need a melee.
Well, yeah, we need
an Argentine president to come in and call everything crap.
Look, I love that guy. I like what he's doing. And look, Holly, this is where I feel like I co-op space or share space with Republicans and conservatives. But the issue that they see the same problems, they want to fix the same problems, but the GOP does not deliver on those things. Like I'm glad you guys know Based Mike Lee. He's one of my Twitter follows. I like him a lot. I think he's on the right track. He's still too like foreign intervention-y and when it comes to Israel, like I'm not cool with his position there. But almost everything else he says, like I find that guy to be 92, 93% correct all the time. So that's good enough for me. And actually that's excellent. You know what I mean? Like, so you guys have, like, I have Mark Molinaro, and I don't know if you guys know, but he's like my Republican representative, and he is like, he's just a New York Democrat. Like that's it. He just wants to keep his job. So he's not going to side with Massey. He's not going to side with guys like Base Mike Lee. He is just going to do whatever it takes to get him reelected. A populist narrative. Like if it was like put Tim in jail, he'd be like, well, I'm reluctant to put one of my constituents in jail, but that guy votes libertarian. So see you later, sucker.
But I'll bring him a pillow while he's in there. Yeah. Well, no, here's the deal. So you are correct. The Republicans have not delivered. The government has never gotten smaller under a Republican president. That's a matter of fact. I'll say it like this. The government has only ever grown under a Republican president. And if you look statistically, the only time the government got smaller in my lifetime, and I should say in almost anyone living's lifetime, except for our two presidential candidates, was under a Democrat president, was under Clinton.
Yeah.
Clinton was the only time the government got smaller. Yes, it was a Republican Congress that forced that, but it was under a Democrat president. Eisenhower was the only time prior to that.
Yeah.
Calvin Coolidge, I mean.
Calvin Coolidge, the government was small and he restricted it from growing more. He didn't make it smaller. He just stopped it from growing more. But that was no one's alive. I'm just talking about during current lifetimes. The last time a president made it smaller was Clinton. And the time before that was Eisenhower. What's that?
Clinton made us smaller by limiting our military, our law enforcement, things
Also
like that.
by eliminating a lot of welfare
Yeah.
supportive offices.
Yeah, he did. Look, his cutting taxes, his participation with Newt Gingrich to come up with a plan that worked. That, but here's the reality, Jared and Holly. The whole world saw us fall into a tiny little recession after he shrunk the size of the government, and those crazy fools never looked back. Not for 1 second. They're like, the only way to keep the government grow, or the only way to keep the economy growing, is to grow government spending. We haven't even paid lip service to balancing the budget since then because of GDP, which is a shoddy, phony freaking metric, bro. Like, it's so bad. It encapsulates all of the things that we hate, including the plethora of government jobs. So if anyone cuts those jobs and GDP goes down, even though society is going to grow value itself, that is going to be hard to capture in a metric like GDP. So they have controlled the narrative to that extent that government schools have convinced everyone that GDP is an important metric, when in fact it's a phony, shoddy, hiding the disaster of inflation style metric.
A lot of
Wild,
countries
right?
GDP because they leave out way too much.
Yeah.
They leave out way too much. The whole picture's not in a GDP, and that's the hard thing about it. And it's a great way to get people economics to be so vastly different. When you see these economists going over different talking points, they're vastly different. They're highly educated, and yet one is taking in trade, and one is taking in, actually homegrown items sold in America. Others aren't considering what's sold in America. They're talking about what's sold out of the country, what makes up the GDP, how many unemployment. And they're so vastly different because the structure is off. And other countries look at it and go, yeah, you're missing too much to even gauge anything. It's a joke.
Yeah, you're right. And not to mention the GDP counts growth as our growth of dating back to Eisenhower, the military industrial complex, where we make things that travel fast and then go pop, and it's a destruction of wealth on both sides. Because you got to remember, when you buy a cruise missile for, what are they now, $180,000 for one cruise missile, that's $180,000 that just goes pop. And it destroys wealth somewhere else as well.
We turn around and go and rebuild whatever place we just used our missile to destroy, which cost us at least 10 times that.
Yep.
And we had no business putting that missile in that country in the first place. And we have our guilt. I mean, war is a profiteer's love. That's all it is, which our governments love it. And Trump talking about how, hey, I didn't get us into new wars. That's so true. Biden's got us in wars on all fronts, but he's saying I don't have anybody on the ground. Yeah, jackass, but you checked your watch 3 times while your dead veterans were coming home after your ridiculous Afghanistan withdrawal. And you were checking your watch because you had other places to be. Yeah, you're getting us in. We are so close to putting soldiers on the ground, allegedly, because we probably already have them there.
No, we have them there. We have technical advisors there. Like, we have operatives there. Like, they're there. Like,
oh, yes.
There's no.
And the destruction, we're rebuilding Ukraine. If they're spending the money there, we're rebuilding Afghanistan and Iraq. After we felt the need to destroy it, now we feel the need to rebuild it. And this is why it never ends. It never ends.
At least over there, they gave them a holiday for elections and painted their fingers pink.
Yeah, that worked out well. Are you sure you're not more of like a crazy like libertarian, like that comes from the right? Because you sound like
Tim. One, she hangs out with me too much. I've broken her. 2, you need to come out here to where we have freedom. Come on out here. We have guns. We have cars. But we don't own any of the land. So you have to give and take.
Tim, I always said that I would be a libertarian if the party could ever get itself together. I was libertarian for so many years. And I don't know about legalizing all of the drugs. I mean, that's where I get hung up, because having had family with problems with drugs, I know that is an evil evil entity that I don't think people can control themselves, and I don't think it's profitable to my freedom or yours if we have to take care of the people we just said, hey, this is fine. But
Yeah.
you can never get libertarians to organize, and then when you do see them organize and you get all excited and you see who they choose to be their president, it's like, and womp womp.
Look, that's fair. I think that we should have this conversation further in depth on another day. But
we got to cut Tim loose.
Yeah,
Tim, I want to say congratulate your boy on all his wrestling wins for me. I've been following that.
It's a blast. I'm actually struggling with depression. Like, my goal for the last million years has been to be a dad to my children, and my baby boy, 6'2", 170-pound ball of freaking muscle, is moving on to college. It's wild. So I got to go honor the ceremony and hang out with him tonight. I'm so glad that we all got together.
Hey, we'll have you back on, man, for sure.
Yeah.
We need to catch up on. Here's what it'd be cool. It'd be cool if you came out here and hung out and brought your perspective and came back, and we went out there and hung out, and then we cross notes and say, what do we think's going right? What do we think's going wrong?
You'll like where I live in New York. It's very rural, upstate-ish. Like, people have horses, people have cows. Like, it's not a city deal. It's rural. So, but I know it's restrictive. People are busybodies, and like, I don't know, coffee. I don't know what a cup of coffee costs out there, but a cup of coffee out here costs like $4. You know what I mean? I think it's got to be different, right?
$3.25. Well, actually, it's probably about $2.50 in a restaurant here, but that's usually with the refills.
Yeah.
If you're buying it in the 7-Eleven, it's $1.50. But no, and also your house is backed right up on a river, so I'm just going to fish the whole time.
Well, on the lake, it's better than it.
Oh,
We have a river option, but we can go out on the lake. We can swim. We can fish. We can maybe I get the jet ski out. I don't know. Sometimes that gets it's too wild, but it's a good time. I'd love to have you. Yeah.
Everyone, that's Tim Connor. Now you can give him a follow on Facebook. He goes live. He's called the Freedom Variant. He has a program a lot like ours out here, except he does it more East Coast based, talking about libertarian ideas. And give him a follow. I think you guys go live every Friday as well, don't you?
Basically, what we do is Tuesdays or Wednesdays we pre-record for our radio show. So Kevin and I actually have kind of a format that we follow, where we talk about the news. We try to find local, especially like what you do. Here's where it's very simple: find local issues to discuss where we could hopefully impact some like virtue signaling, psychopath decision making, like on a low level. It's fun. We try to do it every week. It's available on Spotify. I'm also on Twitter at Tim O'Connor. It's okay to be anti-war, or at Tim for Senate. If you want to drop a follow there, I would appreciate it. And look, man, as always, I think we should get together more often. Like, I want to do a little bit more of these things. Yeah. So. All right.
I want to come out and visit you out there. I want to see what upstate New York looks like.
It's beautiful, man. I'm not kidding. It's beautiful right now.
Oh, I'm sure it is. You've got trees.
We do. We have trees. Yeah. And water, all sorts of cool stuff.
Yeah. Maybe I'll look and see what the hunts are like and come out there during hunting season one time.
Love to have you. I could try to help you. I got friends that have property that would certainly welcome a friend of mine to go out and just hunt with them. And they're pros. We fill our freezers, well, they fill their freezers. I'm not a big hunter. I like to shoot, but that whole, like, I'm such a gentle soul. I don't want to kill an animal out in the woods.
Hey, I've always looked at it that hunting is the best way to take meat, because that meat has had a chance to reproduce, live where it wanted. Whereas if I go to the store and buy it, it didn't get any of those opportunities.
I'm with you. Brother. Holly, again, nice seeing you. Jared, as always, brother. Yeah. And Dave Weiss, I see him out there. I love that guy. With you. Well, and good luck to Mike Lee. Like I said, I do respect the guy. I do like the guy. Like, you guys got some good things coming out of there.
We do in some ways. In other ways, maybe not so much. But anyways, everyone hang out. We're going to let Tim go. And me and Holly are probably going to recap a little more debate and things that are going on.
Have fun, guys.
Hey, you too, Tim. Take her easy, man. All right. So everyone, give Tim O'Connor a follow. You can find him through just me. He's a friend of mine on Facebook. Look him up there. Give him a follow. He does the show. It's quite good. Ty Jensen says he thinks there will be a July surprise when the DNC will replace Biden before the convention in August. Who will it be? Because it won't be Kamala. He doesn't think it'll be Kamala.
I'm saying Kamala. I'm saying Michelle.
So
I'm not saying Kamala.
Yeah, you're
No
saying
one wants-
Michelle. So they've got to remove Kamala, and will that be a package removal? And how will that? I think you may be right, Michelle, or I think Michelle would have to be on that ticket now that I think about it, because the Democrat Party can't remove a woman of melanin and have a white man step in. They can't, even though he's a lizard, technically not a white man, he has the complexion of a white man. I think you're right.
Kamala has too much. I mean, I think her approval rating, I think as someone said, is right up there with Jockett. And it's like so bad. And there's no way they could take Biden out and put in Kamala. So they would have to do something, because there's no mechanism to remove him without calling him unfit for office, and also removing his vice president, unless the vice president stepped down on her own, refusing to take presidency.
I could see her doing that. I think the Democrat Party has a lot of pull with her.
Absolutely. I mean, that's why she's in the vice president seat in the first place. It's not because she was beloved. It's because she filled a quota, and they got her out of the race, even though she was running for president and her numbers weren't even, 2%, 1%.
She didn't even clear her own state.
No.
But no, you're right. They called her overnight. They called everything. When Bernie started getting the numbers up, the Democrat Party stepped in and said, everybody else out, we're going to back Biden because he's swish-brained and we can control him. And I think that's why Biden got in there.
I definitely believe that. Look, Obama wouldn't even endorse Biden.
No, he wouldn't
endorse his own vice president.
I know that's
last night about Trump. Your vice president and 44 others that worked on your campaign won't even endorse you. And he's like, oh, well, that's because they're terrible. And I don't need their endorsement. Here's the thing. Obama didn't even endorse Biden until it was already decided. And then he went out and campaigned for him. And it was like he had to be there. He makes these appearances like he has to be there. And it's insane to me. It's insane that it just felt so fake last night. Like I felt like there was nothing but elder abuse going on. I think the rules they had CNN in fact helped Trump more than hurt him. The fact that he couldn't talk over Biden during his speeches and things, it gave all that empty space for Biden to do what he does, to trail off, to block
and it made
out.
Trump look magnanimous.
Yes. And presidential.
I mean, I think CNN wants Trump back. I think they're like, look,
he's their moneymaker. Of course they do.
Oh, let's go through a few more of these comments. Ty says there are 4 parties within the 2 majors: Dem, progressives, and JFK, Republicans, MAGA, American First, and moderate establishment. You know, there always was 4 parties. The way it was explained to me many, many years ago is you had your 2 parties. You had your Republican and Democrats, and then you had your Northeasterners and your Cowboys. So, and you'll notice they always paired the 2 together all the time. Like JFK was a Northeasterner and Johnson was his cowboy. You know, they had But they
Like
they always
GW,
had him. What's that?
like GW and his Darth Vader vice president.
Yes, you had. So what people don't understand is the Bushes are from the Northeast. They're not from Texas. They were transplants to Texas. So you had the now Reagan, of course, that was a complicated affair. Reagan was considered a cowboy. They did give him a Northeasterner, but they also gave him the head of the CIA at the same time. A lot of people forget that George Bush Sr. was the head of the CIA. And, we could go into all that. Reagan almost quit on the night of the convention because the Republican Party said, yeah, we're going to make you that, but here's your vice president pick. And Reagan almost quit. And they talked him into it. And then, 3 months into his presidency, he was shot. Anyways, I'm not going down any weird trail lines tonight. But yeah, and I think maybe we're seeing a new switch in that political split. And I think Ty is right on that you've got the MAGA wing of the Republicans, and then you got your basic Republicans. And in the Democrat side, you have your progressives and probably your basic Democrats. But we're in a winner-take-all political system, so they have to pair up into two parties.
Well, you got to understand, though, the old school Democrats, nothing like the new Democrat, and the extremes they've gone to. Look at the debate last night in the discussion of abortion and Roe v. Wade. Roe v. Wade did start out to have limits on term limits of when you could get abortions. But once it was enacted, the ability to have them later without the state involved is one of the reasons why states were like, whoa, you cannot kill a baby who can survive outside the mother at 8.5 months along. And that's not murder. Like, it just, people couldn't wrap their minds around it. And yet Democrats were pushing it to the extreme because that's what we do. If you're taking our liberties in any way, we're going to push it to the very, very extreme, right? Oh, you're going to give me gun restrictions and tell me I can't own a cannon. Well, that's BS. I can't own a cannon. I should be able to own anything the government can own. And we push it, and it's constantly pushing because you're trying to take something from us, and that's our liberty. Well, that's the abortion side. They see it the same way. You're telling us how far we can have it. So when you get extremes that far, I am a pro-life person, and I believe I'm more extreme than Donald Trump. I think a life is a life, and it should have a chance to live. And how it got there is no fault of the baby itself, right? My views are very considered extreme, but I also understand that it's not my decision, it's yours. Your liberty is just as valuable as mine. At the end of the day, I'm not going to agree with a lot of Republicans. They're going to get angry at me because I don't think killing a baby at 7 weeks or 8 weeks is any different than killing it at 8 months. It's still a baby, right? These extremes divide parties. The Democrats have left their regular liberals behind. Republicans that have gone more moderate have left their conservatives behind. So it split our party. Now you have conservatives and then you have moderates. I don't think a moderate is any less Republican than a conservative, but we fight like we're opposing teams. And yet we don't just, like the Democrats, what we should do is after an election like we've had with this primary, we all should pull together and find what we love about our party and our platform and join forces to become a force of strength. Democrats do that. They fall in line. Even if there's people in the front who are too extreme for them, to the people in the back are just liberal hippies that just want to love and get along and make sure their brother's cared for and everybody's having a good life. They're in the same line, but they're all towing the same line. Republicans don't do that. We do not toe the line. We stand or we sit back if we don't agree. And that is our strength and one of our weaknesses. You get a lot more power from the Democrat Party when I mean, they just pull all their resources to one idea and they go for it. And they will get rid of the Bernie Sanders guy who they'll label as an extremist. And yet the wolf is now in the White House, whose puppeteers are the most extremist, that put Bernie Sanders would have been a far better president than Biden. But he also wouldn't have taken the power that Biden wanted and took.
I agree with you 100%. I think, well, I'm a 10th Amendment guy. I myself would be considered pro-life, but I would rather leave that up to each individual. I'd rather leave that up to each individual county if they want to allow that or not. And put that foisted on the smallest group possible. If they want to carry that burden on, if you're religious, on your soul, if you're secular, on your conscience, whatever, let that be decided on a smaller level. Because I think we're supposed to be a melting pot. We're supposed to be 50 little petri dishes trying to figure their way out and let the best ideas, rise to the top. But aside from that, everyone, including Republicans, and this is why I'm not a Republican, seeks to take power and invoke their morale on everyone else. The Democrats want to restrict self-defense. They want to restrict certain types of speech. And at the same time, the Republicans want to restrict other movements and other things that other people perceive as liberties. And that's why I like the 10th Amendment. I think it'd be much easier to have a place I can move to that cooperates with my core moral values than to have a constant argument over whether my core moral values should be forced on other people. And so let's say,
we have said it a million times, if we had 50 great governors like DeSantis, we wouldn't need the federal government.
Well, it's not even about that. If we had a populace that would rise up against our government and hold up the Constitution and say, where? Show me where. Because if you can't show me where, we're going to stop paying taxes. We're going to stop providing what makes you rich. But we don't have a populace that does that, because we have half a populace that when one side stands up and says, I'll force your moral values on everyone else, that side stands up and goes, yay, we don't care what abuses come with that. And the other side does the exact same thing in the other direction. Now, if we had a federal government that said, I don't see in here where this applies, I don't see it. So states, because Trump getting rid of Roe versus Wade and pushing it back to the states, which is the 10th Amendment. It was put in there by the original guys that designed it for a reason. That was the correct answer. Because if the state I live in decided to go against my core moral values and force me to support it and pay for it, that's when I can start saying, okay, I need to find a realtor. I need to sell my house, and move somewhere that comports with my core moral values, or at least have the chance to make that decision. But when those decisions are made in DC, you don't even have that opportunity. Instead, what we get is, and I truly believe this coming from the heads of the Republicans and the head of the Democrats, neither of them really care about abortion. Neither of them really care about the rights to self-defense. They like that because it's a chance for them to argue in the ugly person beauty contest. And that's all they care about.
Well, Trump said the quiet part out loud last night during that discussion was that, hey, I still have to get elected. I have my views on abortion, but I have to get elected. I think that he did it perfect. Yeah, that's the ugly truth about elections, is you do have to appeal to the moderates. You have to appeal to independents. And most people aren't sitting around their table worried about abortion. But there's a niche of people like myself who are saying, if our country is dealing with the most innocent people of our country like this, and then selling their body parts to create medicines and vaccines and whatever else, and to give us or mandate to us. I mean, this to me is, there's no way our country is going to stay a country. It just isn't. I look at Canada right now, and you know about the assisted suicide in Canada, called MAID, I think. In Europe, they started this, and it's insane because they started it for people who had either terminal illness, and they wanted to do a sodium chlorophyll, the same stuff they give a person having death row suicide. This is the way they do it. Now, if anyone knows the process, that drug is made in Italy. Have you heard of this? This drug is made in Italy, and it's the sodium. I'd have to pull up the actual drug.
Isn't it potassium
drug and that anesthesiologists use to put you under. And what it does when you take it in large amounts, they also inject a paralyzing agent. So they'll put you under. It doesn't mean you can't feel anything. You feel, but you're paralyzed at the same time. So your body can't move. So what they discovered after autopsy of, because I always thought it was strange that they gave death row inmates an autopsy after they died. Do you know that?
No.
They always do. After they kill someone, they do the autopsy. And all these autopsies showed that these prisoners died because of liquid filling their lungs. Drowning. This drug causes the liquid to fill their lungs. They're drowning, essentially. And they're paralyzed. So sometimes it takes 10 to 12 minutes. But the cause of death is drowning. Now, when Italy started discovering that this drug was being used to kill people in America, they stopped selling the drug. So you'll see a lot of states can't even get the drugs to do the death row stuff, to put a death row, a guy out. They can't do it. That's hard to get the drugs.
I know Missouri had a hard time getting it, 2 years ago?
Yeah, it's a really hard thing to get, and it's not something Italy wants to be a part of because they consider it murder. Well, when the UA decided to make assisted suicide a thing, and a lot of elderly people were coming in, I think the statistics were, 62 in a year came to them. Canada has done the other thing where not only have they offered this same type of happy ending to your sad life, but they want it for kids over 12.
Yeah, I saw that. Canada's going hard.
Without parental consent. And they advertise it to seniors.
Oh, Canada's going hard.
Not for your children or the economy, and to say that your heart surgery will cost more than this drug is, and this drug will put you out of your misery. What they're not saying is, in the small print, that you're basically going to be waterboarded while paralyzed for 12 minutes until you die. And you're doing it for the good of the nation. I'm sorry. That's the same thing that Hitler
I don't
did.
know why. You know what? I can save all these people trouble. You don't have to find this drug. Just get hired on as an intern with the Clintons. You'll be fine. They'll take care of it.
This is so insane that when behind the scenes, this is what they're doing. They're talking about it's a humane way.
I know.
Way. And that is exactly, it reads like Hitler's first start with the doctors under Hitler's camps, that they would get rid of the disabled and the feeble in a humane way.
Yeah, the feeble and the imbeciles.
And now a 12-year-old they're trying to get a right for a 12-year-old to be able to get this drug and kill themselves, and the parents can't say anything about it. This is insane, and it's happening in Europe. How soon? Right now, we have states that don't care about our unborn. How are they going to care? We have states like New York who murdered all those elderly in rest homes, knowingly putting sick people in rest homes. And all those elderly died of COVID. They should have never, ever gotten even touched by COVID.
Well, they were trying to save the Social Security system.
But you see, when a state doesn't care about the most innocent among us, they will not care about those who are not producing in any valuable way to the state.
I'm not arguing against you. I think in my more draconian moments, I would like to see what would you call it? Prophylactics forced into people's wallets and into their hands, like at bars. But I'm not arguing against you. I'm just saying that is the argument of our nation. That abortion, when they figured out medical abortion and went scientific on it, I'm telling you, the two political parties sat down, the heads of the political party sat down and rock, paper, scissored over who gets to take what side, and they ran with it. And that's where we're at, because it's gone beyond a moral question. It's gone to a question of how do we drum up votes and how do we drum up people to want to take this internally to where they will support us. But
our founding fathers, Jared, our founding fathers said that abortion shouldn't happen once you know the baby is, when you can feel or hear a heartbeat. Because back then they didn't have ultrasounds.
I'm with you. I'm not arguing against you.
To France, but this is before it was a two-party deal. It was about life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. It talks about our prosperity. Well, that means our future families, our future children. And that was included because they wanted to make sure that colonists were reproducing and children were being made so that we could create a country.
I'm not arguing against you. I'm just, and
parties decided to go, we'll do this or we'll do this. No, this is an easy decision. You're either believe it's life or you don't. And it was an easy one. The thing is, one had a better marketing strategy than the other, and it always does. Democrats are amazing at marketing. They're amazing at it. And they're amazing at running with an idea. Pro-life versus pro-choice. They're pro-choice. There's no choice. It's pro-death, but they don't call it
pro-murder is what it is.
Yeah,
and honest Democrats will say what it is pro-murder. And I'm not arguing against you. I argue for the 10th Amendment. I argue, and I will argue for the 10th Amendment in every circumstance.
I agree fully.
In every circumstance. And I've said it before and I'll say it again. If we want this nation to survive, if we want to eke another 50 years out of this grand experiment, we need to lean on the 10th Amendment. We need to make that a priority. But we got more comments. We got to get through these real quick.
Hi, Fred.
Okay, Ty says, AI will replace most white-collar employees or office jobs in the next 10 years, adding to the unemployment rate and the burden. And I think you're right. Oh, and what will that? It feels like our political class is attacking our middle class, like stripping out our middle class, either by accident or on purpose. So where will all these white collar jobs go? I mean, there's certain jobs I look at that I think are going to get hit first. Paralegals. I imagine there won't be a paralegal left in this country in 10 years because paralegals write the briefs and spell check and all that, and then the lawyers go out and present them. Chat GPT can do that now. They're just waiting. I guess the lawyers are maybe just being kind to their paralegals. I don't know. All right.
I think what you're going to see, though, is eventually we're going to have to, if AI takes over the middle class jobs, you're going to have to see a livable wage being proposed, a livable wage that gets proposed to anyone who is a certain age, that's lost a certain job. The government's going to step in and give you a livable wage, which is the beginning of the end.
You mean like UBI type stuff? Yeah, we might see
well,
that.
it paid this and that. And yet we are America. We need to come up with innovative ways to make money. We need to keep the market free. Once you start paying, the state starts paying you a livable wage. Now the state decides, again, your healthcare ideas, how much they give you, and eventually they'll decide if you're worth it or not. Yet, let's say you're 70 years old and you've got diabetes that you just all of a sudden got type 2. Your medication's $400 a month. Maybe you're not worth it to the state because you're not bringing anything in. You're not a contributor to the state. You're draining our Social Security and our Medicare. So, yeah, no, we're not going to pay for that. And that's the thing about when you are beholden, you are the slave to whoever is paying your bills. And that is the absolute problem.
I'm not going to argue against that at all. My only question is when we go Soylent Green, do you think the cutoff will still be 24, or do you think it'll start out at like 50 and then it'll drop down as the population doesn't decrease fast enough? Matt says I have thought the same as Holly, and I think he's probably talking about Michelle Obama. And look, that makes sense. And if not Michelle, I think they would have to go with someone with the minority armor to do that. I think you're right.
I think the reason they haven't gotten rid of their speaker, their publicity, their press secretary, and I think that they actually talked about getting rid of her, and she's like, I'm not quitting. I'm not stepping down.
Oh, she's got it all. She's Haitian. She's from Haiti, right?
I think so.
She's Haitian, melanin, lesbian. She came in. She came and sat down to play poker, and she had 3 decks.
And here's the thing, though. They're not going to fire her.
Now, oh, no.
When we get into Parker's comment, he says, I think it's ridiculous. They are trying to replace Biden. If anything, if he does get replaced, it would have to be Kamala because she's the vice president. But Biden was the people's choice. We can't remove the people's choice. Otherwise, there's no point in an election. What are your thoughts on that? That is why they have a vice president. And that is why the vice president is tied to the people's choice in the election. So the vice president, it used to be the vice president ran separately. They took the first place and the second place. So first place was president, second place would become vice president. And they changed that to where everyone runs for president and the parties choose their nominee. And then it comes down to a couple for the general, but every single person chooses a running mate. So Kamala was part of that ticket as the people's choice. Therefore,
well, they changed that after the 3rd election. They changed that real quick after Bill Burr killed Hamilton, and they went
Aaron Burr.
Wait a sec. Oh yeah, Aaron Burr.
Bill Burr is innocent of that.
It would have been great if Bill Burr killed him because he's funny and he's from Boston. But after Aaron Burr killed him, they thought, oh wait, that's a vice president nominee killing. So they did away with that. But no,
Aaron Burr was the first to actively run against a person rather than he was doing campaigning against Thomas Jefferson in a way that had never been done before. And it was so unpresidential. And they were like, what? We're just supposed to, go out to delegates. We're supposed to convince those public officials who are actually involved in politics, not going door to door, cabin to cabin, like you're doing. This is crazy. But again, what I'm getting at is she is part of that vote. So if it's just like with Kennedy, the second Kennedy wasn't serving, they had sworn in his replacement, right? he got the
They
same
swarm
votes
in
as
on the
Kennedy
airplane.
because of the same ticket. Right.
They swarm in on the
And-
airplane as they flew Kennedy's most of his body home.
But
No.
what I'm saying, he's part of that same ticket as Kennedy, which makes him people's choice. But what I think is happening is they have to figure out how to do this because they don't have any mechanism in place. If they can get Joe Biden, you guys, this is the first time they've done a nominating convention in the DNC this late August. This is crazy. Normally the Democrats have their nominee out and are campaigning from they usually do it June, early July.
Didn't Ohio? Wasn't it Ohio had to rewrite their laws so that they could even put him on the ballot because he wasn't? Well, okay.
It's too late. But guys,
I have to.
This is the first time in history last night that a debate was done, a presidential debate, before the nominees were chosen.
Yep. Oh, well, I have to say this. Okay. Biden wasn't the people's nominee. Biden was the party's nominee, and the people are tied in with political parties. That's the only thing we get. RFK has the numbers. He should have been on that debate stage last night just by numbers. But all we get is the proffering from the Republicans and the proffering from the Democrats. That's all we get. And what happened in 2019 was you had a full stage of people running for the Democrats. Bernie Sanders would be called the people's nominee. He got the numbers. He was outpacing all of them. So the Democrat Party called up everyone else on stage, including Kamala, and said, all of you are dropping out tonight, because they all dropped out one day. They all dropped out, and all of them threw their name behind Biden so that they could knock Bernie out. So I wouldn't call him the people's nominee. I would say we're held hostage by a two-party system. We are held hostage.
They didn't let it get to that. I mean, they didn't let it get to that by the powers that be. But in a real world and legally, if they did get rid of Biden, it should go to Kennedy. And the reason I say that is it should go to anyone who is in a campaign and actively been running. You don't hand it to someone who hasn't filed to run for the office, who hasn't been campaigning, who hasn't invested all this time and energy. It should mean to me that if you take your candidate out, whether you've put in a nominee or not, that candidate's out. So
if they want to beat Trump, handily, that's how they'll do it. They'll let Kennedy step in, and the Democrats will throw in behind Kennedy as a party, because they would pull along all his independent movement that he has, and he has a lot, and then they would pull the Democrats behind him. But they won't do it because
they hate Kennedy too much.
He says things they don't like. He says things that are not, ultimate Democrat control.
They spend too much money on destroying him, and they would never. And that's the problem I have. Is you're right. The parties are the problem. I get that. I be a member of a party. I feel elections are really, really hard because you don't always feel like the right person wins in an election, which we probably should talk about.
Oh, we are going to talk about that. That's next on my docket of stuff to ask. Because I want to hear your thoughts on it. Fred says, Gary Gilmore chose the best method to be executed with the least chance of error. And that was that guy last executed here in Utah that was by firing squad, if I'm correct, right, Fred?
Yeah. Court order and everything to get that choice. Now, I'm also not a standard Republican, and people will think I'm crazy, but I believe that we shouldn't have the death penalty. And
I'm with you on that.
The thing is I think that if I'm pro-life, I should absolutely believe that every life matters. And I think if a criminal has done atrocious things, they should have to live every minute of their life in a prison with 3 hots and a cot, and with even just remembering what they've done. And if they don't care, at least they're out of the way of the people and hurting people, and should be considered that way. But I think when we start killing people it turns us the state is still deciding who gets to live and die. And look how many have turned out to be not guilty.
Yeah, I think if you murder one innocent person, you've committed an atrocity. Also,
Yeah.
I think in this day and age, reflecting on the way it is now, if someone gets convicted to life in prison, that means that the family, the victim's family, right then and there, boom, they don't have to deal with it again. Now, if there's a chance for parole, then the victim's family has to go back and deal with that every however many years. But if they get convicted to death, that family has to get called all the time. They have to go in all the time. They have to have rehearings all the time, and they have to constantly relive it. And then we finally put someone to death after what, 15 years?
Oh,
That's 15
yeah.
years of constant torture. No, so you give them life. And I think we should be more clear about benchmarks. If someone gets life, that they're not going to come up on a parole board unless certain benchmarks are met. And let's make those benchmarks serious and hard. Your mom asked the question, have you heard of who the VP for Donald Trump is? It's still a secret. He said before the debate that he would be at the debate, but they didn't pan out to anyone in the back room, and they didn't allow any press into the debate. So that didn't shed any light on it.
If I was on Trump's campaign, I would tell him to keep that VP pick in my back pocket as long as possible. Because if there was any nefarious planning to put the president in danger or to hurt him, knowing who his VP is could mean that the pick is made. I mean, our convention, I'm lucky enough to go to nominating convention, is in a couple of weeks. And Parker's asking so they can choose a different nominee. Yes, nominees are chosen at convention. Now, getting the nominee on the ballot, it takes some work. Certain states have certain rules about who can be on a ballot. As Jared mentioned, that, you know, because their pick was so late to get Biden on the ballot in Ohio. I mean, they had to get a court order, they had to fight and argue it because he'd missed deadlines, and they have.
And I think they rewrote their law.
Yeah, they have to. They have to.
They had to. It's crazy because every state has different laws. Because the 10th Amendment's a beautiful thing, and we should lean into it. But it's wild. The Democrats sat on their hand.
There really are no okey dokes at normally at a Republican convention that I've ever seen. Democrat convention, same. They seem to go, because what that whole point of that is to get all of their delegates to rally behind this candidate as their chosen candidates. Delegates get to vote at national convention. Usually the Democrat Party or Republican Party have their person. Because they've gone through all these different states and they've gotten all these votes and they've chosen their person, like we did with Nikki Haley and Trump. When Haley saw that she was losing handedly to Trump, she stepped down. Some people will say, I'll suspend my campaign, but they say they're not pulling out, they're just suspending their campaign. And I think that's a play on words to say that if something were to happen to the leader, they would still be active and able to take his spot. And I think that's very interesting because no one ran against Biden. So there's no one to say I've suspended my campaign against the president, right? So
it's wild.
Choose is really going to be, and not only they have to choose someone that all their delegates are going to be rallied behind. So if they have someone in mind, like there has to be so much behind the scenes working right now to get through the delegates in the Democrat Party to say, hey, we're going to change our nominee at a convention. So be prepared to vote for this nominee. Otherwise, like me, I am an elected state delegate, and I was elected. I was one of Trump's endorsed delegates. I will be voting for Donald Trump. And if there was any okey doke in the last moment, I would still vote for Donald Trump. And it's actually not legal to try to contact and change delegates' minds or anything like that. But in the Democrat Party, I don't know what they'll do. And there was
it's
so
going to
much
be
back end planning that eventually would get out. And me saying, I'm not the first person to say, oh, yeah, they're going to try to get a Michelle Obama in there. I know other people have said it. It's what I thought when Biden was first elected. I thought there's no way he's going to do 4 years. And if he does 4 years, if he does 2 years, there's no way they're going to want Kamala running this home.
What if they've just held on to him in there because of Kamala? Because they didn't want to get her in.
And that could be the very reason. One is controllable, the other may not be. Kamala may enjoy the power too much. I don't think the Bidens hate power, and I think they love it. I know his wife loves it. Who else would put their husband through this? Because I think Trump was walking a fine line in that debate yesterday. If he was too aggressive, it looks like he's battering an elderly person. If he was too soft, it looks like he's not strong, right? He had to walk that fine line because, like fighting Hillary in a debate, when he stood behind her, it looked like he was bullying her and all this.
And that's all they said for weeks.
So with Biden, you had to be very careful. And CNN put all these rules in that actually benefited Trump because 100%. He wasn't able to wrestle. He didn't talk over him. So he didn't look like he was bullying him. He just sat there rolling his eyes. And I'm telling you, it just felt too perfect. It felt like
it's crazy. I watched it and I was thinking, okay, we're going to see either the Biden we saw during the State of the Union, the doped up and angry.
He's immune now to the drugs, I bet.
And they let him wander out with no voice. Like the first few minutes of the debate, he coughed the whole time. And I was like, oh, what did the doctor forget the drugs? And you might be right. Maybe they're setting him up so that the Democrat Party can wash themselves of him and move on to the next thing. Because let's remember, Biden comes with a lot of baggage. Everything that comes about the laptop and with his son, that's all baggage. And then the whole presidency, he has said things that have been confusing, like his father being eaten or his uncle being eaten and things like that. And maybe the Democrats are just like, good Twilight, we'll let him go. Okay, a few more comments on X and then back to Facebook, and we'll check with all the others. And then I do want to talk about Utah stuff.
I still want to talk about this thing, though, because Biden does have baggage, but what Biden also did is set a precedent. And what people don't realize, and yes, it was discussed last night that Trump could get retribution. And he would be entitled by this precedent they have set. Biden could be stepping down and headed straight for indictment city because of all the potential indictments that are falling on his son, and he is going that same route. If they keep climbing the poll, that's going to go up to Biden, and Obama's probably at the top of that poll. The Clintons certainly are, but there could also be many Republicans involved in that. Romney could be one. Again, I'm throwing out potentials, right? He is setting a precedent to allow for former presidents to be indicted for stuff well before their presidency. I mean, they had to change laws in New York to even bring this statute, to bring his charges up because the statute of limitation had run out. And to bring in the DOJ to help a local DA is insane. And I don't even think Biden understood the charges. Otherwise, he would have mentioned.
Oh, I'll tell you right now, Biden did not understand the charges. But Biden particularly, Biden right now understands that his diaper is cold because he put stuff in it. And where do I look to find that nice lady with the blonde hair who helps me when I need to get a wet nurse? That's all Biden understands right now. He is gonzo.
Well, last night I felt like it was an on purpose. I felt like they knew what they were doing. They gave a lot of press time to Newsom, so they're trying to lead you down this path that Newsom could be the choice, for Newsom to come out and say, I'm totally backing President Biden. I mean, all of this just feels like we're watching Wag the Dog here. It's meant to show you something and to give you the idea that, well, if Biden's not equipped, are they going to run Newsom? Why would they run Newsom? He's horrible. And yeah, he's younger, but his policies are garbage. And
Do you think
California, that should show you something.
Do you think like they could get a Newsom in if they put either him as VP or him as a president with maybe like an Ilhan Omar, or I don't know how she'd do right now, but maybe an AOC as a VP pick under?
Oh, I wish. Run AOC. Run AOC. I would love that. She is a dumpster fire. And I would love to watch the two dumpsterest of fires. I mean,
baby girl.
He has burned California to the ground.
He has.
About California is because the people of California have persevered throughout it. Even though they're paying so much money, they've been cost out of their homes. They're paying more taxes than you can even imagine. They can't afford to live there. And yet they love their state so much. And the state is a beautiful state, or it used to be. And tourism is dying there. Crime is rising like crazy there. New York is no different. So let's put a New York congresswoman that can't even fill a room at a rally, whereas Trump can fill 13,000 plus people. She can't even fill a room. She doesn't listen to her constituents. She marks all the boxes, almost all the boxes. I think she likes men, so that kind of makes her not a favorite. But you've got to
not just men, but she's with a white man.
Oh. And the moderators intentionally did not protect Biden. That's Fred says that. This was supposed to, I mean, for me, this feels too perfect. It just felt like, hey, we're going to let the old man go out there and just let him sink and let the world watch it. And then we're going to act surprised tomorrow. These same idiots who told us about what the last video we saw about Biden was a deep fake. Oh, really? Where's your deep fake now? You guys are insane. And yet we've been telling you over and over and over that he's lost. And yet Democrats sit quiet. The Democrats I know aren't praising Biden and all his good works. They're not saying anything. But their DTS is so bad that if you even say, well, under Trump, that no, Trump was terrible. Really, really. I don't know. Life was a lot better under Trump. Don't get on Twitter if you don't like his tweets. Like, I believe wholeheartedly that he was absolutely right last night when he said that Ukraine would have never been invaded if he was president. I believe that. Putin sees weakness and he took it.
All of them. Do you think that October 7th wouldn't have happened?
Would have had money. Hamas
none of that.
And able to just like take out Israel the way they did and bombard them, because had we not left Afghanistan and left all our military weapons and all our military planes and all those people, we left Americans behind. And then people we promised to be Americans who risked their lives to protect our soldiers, we left them behind. And none of that would have happened. I'm positive of that had Trump been in office, because the Afghanistan would have never happened like that. He would have had a different pullout. And again, I don't think Putin would have messed with it, because he doesn't know if Trump is crazy enough to use his military, but he does know that there's a chance that it would get squished right away.
Well, I want to argue this against Trump. Trump should have not fired Milley. Trump should have said he needs to be court-martialed for his actions on calling the Chinese general. And that way you put him on, it's kind of like an impeachment. He needs to be court-martialed on those actions so that it is investigated. Did he break his oath to the United States in doing that? And that would have put a call out to all of our general staff that you political monsters, you had better dang well start soldiering or get out.
I think that to me, Trump did fire a lot of people, and I liked that about him. They tried to make it look bad in the debate last night when he said, you got rid of 40 people on your staff that you didn't like. And he's like, of course I did, because they were terrible at their jobs. Comey was terrible at his job. These different people, of course, a general, 4-star general is going to say, I called veterans losers and stuff. He's like, I fired that guy. Yes, he did fire a lot of people, and you expect nothing less from Trump. Fred says if Biden dies and Harris steps aside, who's next? That goes to the Speaker of the House, who is a Republican. Yeah. And that's the Speaker of the House is the third heartbeat. And from there, you've got the majority leader in the Senate, not the majority leader, the longest serving member in the Senate, I believe is the fourth in line.
Well, here's a question to dig back into history. Do you think the Republicans, because it was the Republicans who kicked Nixon out, do you think they would have kicked Nixon out if Gerald Ford hadn't have been Speaker?
No. The whole reason
I think the Republicans would have hung on to him. It would have hung on to Nixon if the Democrats had the speakership.
The thing is, I think that the way Nixon got kicked out was dirty. And
it was completely dirty.
And they appointed the next person who was in the Senate, and they appointed Gerald Ford.
Yeah, but if they didn't have that opportunity, do you think they would have done that? That's something I've often wondered.
I'm not sure if Gerald Ford was even an option. I think they appointed him because he was a Senate who had just done the McCarthy in trials, whatever, and he had some fame, and I think they picked him because they thought that people would like him. But Nixon got done dirty.
He did. He did. It was, the CIA went and did something. Nixon's problem was he tried to cover it up. Had Nixon immediately called the CIA to the floor, the Republicans have often had a problem. Now they're finally catching on. The Republicans have never been open to calling these big bureaucratic law enforcement and intelligence agencies to the floor. They've never been able to do that. And if the Republicans would have started doing that when they first became a problem in the late 60s, we would be a totally different country. But the Republicans back their play all the time until Trump. And that's the first time they ever started calling them to the floor.
Well, they tried to under Obama, and like the DOJ, I don't remember his name, but he was called and would refuse to go, and he was held in contempt of Congress, and nothing happened. And that's the thing. They realized their powers were not there. They thought they were there, but they weren't there.
Well, because they had given those powers up in the 60s.
We're watching these committee hearings, and we're sitting on bated breath wondering what the hell is going to happen, especially when it comes to Biden's. It's like, we know Hunter did this stuff. He was a felon owning a firearm, and he dumped it. We know all these shell companies now. We have all this stuff. What happens to him? They do say he should face indictment and he will go to trial and everything else. But if we just stop at him, I mean, look what they had to get Trump.
That's all that's going to happen.
Most people don't know. They don't even know what the charges are in Trump. All they know is he's a felon. And then he says, and sleep with a porn star. Well, that's not illegal. And you don't get a felony for that. And the statute of limitation was already run out. And it was first advertised in the National Enquirer. and they took that as gold. And then she even denied it happened, and then she started getting some fame. Guys, we're not stupid. A lot of this stuff just feels so, it just feels like they're leading us down these paths. It's so black and white, where it feels like we are just getting duped all the time from all sides. And it's just ridiculous at this point.
Well, the government never puts the government on trial and finds the government guilty. So let's just remember that. All right, David, let's get through these. Dave's got some comments going back to the beginning. He says, sounds like Utah will be getting a smart city makeover. Yeah, that's been in the news. I'm not against smart cities if they're voluntary. I'll just say it like that. If someone wants to live in a style where they never have to go more than 2 miles away from their house to meet all their needs, I want them to have that opportunity. I just don't want it forced on us. It's so blatant that Biden committed quid pro quo that I am ashamed of my population for not taking action against the state for letting him break the rule of law without any repercussions. Yeah. But that's because right now the Democrats are the party of the government establishment. They're the party of the bureaucrats. Remember, the Republicans. Okay, who was that guy who was a member of the Weather Underground that was Obama's mentor? What was his name?
Oh, I know who you're talking about. I don't.
Do you know how come he never got tried? You know how come he didn't rot in prison for attempted murder? Because the FBI broke the law to catch him. And the Republicans let the FBI continue to break the law during COINTELPRO. I shouldn't just say the Republicans. I should say, because back then it was the conservatives. It was Republicans and Democrats. And then you had progressives, or anti-war was the other side. So we had 4 parties then as well. But they let him do that. So he got off because the FBI did the, the fruit of the poison tree. He got off on that in court, which was why he was able to go be a professor and then be a mentor and a neighbor to Barack Obama. And so the Democrats are doing that now wholesale, and some Republicans. You know, Liz Cheney is one of those Republicans right now. Where
name Charles Ayers?
Yeah, Ayers. Yeah, Bill Ayers. Bill Ayers. And so that he got off because the FBI broke the law to catch him because they committed corruption like they're doing right now to capture him, and that's how he got off. The Democrats are going to do the same thing, right? They are doing the same thing right now, but they're going through the states to do these prosecutions, and those prosecutions are going to, I have no doubt that when Trump's latest New York prosecution goes before an appellate court, it's going to be thrown out. They're going to say, where is this? But they're doing that right now just to get in the news. That's all it's about. Get in the news, pull them off the campaign trail with any little petty crap they have. They have anything they can do.
They literally charged Trump and in the Congress and impeached him over supposed quid pro quo on the whole Ukraine, doing exactly what Biden freely admitted to doing. And yet they were able to impeach him because they had a Democrat Congress. And I'm telling you this, if we don't get both parties in line, we need to have Republicans back in, and I'm giving them one last shot personally. If we get all 3, House and Senate and White House, and they screw it up, or they don't put these policies in place to bring the middle class back, I mean, I don't care. I will be so done with politics because too many. There are too many things at stake in our basic freedoms. Yeah, people want 2-minute, 5-minute, 15-minute cities. Good for them. But developers have to purchase that property, and developers should have to develop that property, and they should have to pay for their own. They should
The state shouldn't.
infrastructure. Yeah, I don't want my state funding that. I don't want to fund that.
Yeah, I don't think the people should have to fund that at all. That should be done by developers, or naturally by people who move in there.
Right.
You know,
they should go with the cost of your home.
What if the people south of town here, they decided to start a development? A whole bunch of people moved in and said, we're going to make a little 15-minute city down here in Bauer. Okay, I'm perfect with that. I don't want to have to pay for it.
Well, they're going to have to pay taxes that cover their law enforcement, their emergency services, and all of that. The infrastructure has to be built, and the wires, the cables, the water pipes, all that stuff has to be done, but that should be included in whatever the developer pays for, and then should reflect in the house they sell or the property they sell. This shouldn't be the state. My taxes are going to cover my own situation. We're getting fire and rescue, my children going to school, the good betterment of my roads, and the care for my parents, and Social Security, and all of that. Why do I need to spend money on a developer who's going to get really damn wealthy off of selling places in a 15-minute city? And the state's going to make tons of opportunities to put in rail and all this other crap that a lot of people don't even use, but in a 15-minute city would have to. And look at the businesses who are going to make tons of money by being the chosen businesses in that city. They're going to make tons of money. What tax breaks are going to be given to them by the state? Why would you give a tax break to a business that is getting a guaranteed front row seat to an entire city? That's
well, and it's not just that. They're doing it they're using our money to do the kickoff funding. It's just like when they build a stadium. It's the exact same thing. Yeah. Dave asked, did you see the head bridge transplant video? He sent the video. I haven't seen it. I don't know anything about it. We may have to watch it later. What would our society look like if all violations of the law was captured by AI and properly prosecuted? Would we all be felons? Ooh. Oh boy, that's a scary world.
They say that every person commits at least so many felonies a day. Now, yeah, I think that AI gets us into, there is such thing as a judgment call that law enforcement can make in almost any traffic stop. They have the ability to make a judgment, and that judgment, if erased and AI is controlling it, that is gone. That's gone.
Would we have to adjust our law books to where they're not as strict? Or even the punishments don't carry as much?
It's like Minority Report. They're going to foresee you committing crimes. And the truth is, until you actually do it, it's not a crime, right? And our law books require intent for most crimes. For a lot of regular people, they don't have the intent of breaking the law. They just do. They're just doing it because it's potentially a law they don't know about, or it's potentially not something ever enforced. And so they don't have that proof. You got to prove intent. How does an AI do that? And it's kind of like how people got fighting wars with the traffic cams, and they fought back and sued them, because how are you not there visually seeing it, but you got a computer writing me tickets? What was the right for them to get rid of that? Because it feels like AI would fall under that.
There's a lot to it. Boy, that's a tough one. Dave says, I think illegals should be allowed to pay to live here as worker class, but unable to receive citizenship and vote. And that gets complicated. Illegal immigrants who come here, they put pressure on our lowest classes of our people who are most vulnerable. So that is a tough call. I think step one is we make it so that there are no state funds that go to supporting them. And if they can come here and support themselves, maybe we'll try that for a while. But I don't want to see any state funds going to illegal immigrants. Or I'll say it honestly, any immigrant at all. Not one immigrant. Even if they immigrate legally, I don't want them to be able to receive state funds. Now, if they're running away from a rough situation, I think as long as they apply where they're at or close to where they're at, we can figure out some kind of accommodation there. But I mean, for now, I would say no immigrant receives state funds.
Churches, private industry, private 501c3s can take care of people. That's what they were
let the churches deal with that.
But my thing is, until we do a full immigration reform where it is not $50,000 in 10 years and all these other crap to get a spouse citizenship, I mean, especially a working person in the United States who's paying taxes, albeit probably often illegal. And if they don't have a green card, we have to make green cards accessible, and we've got to make people responsible and accountable so that we know who they are, where they are. But they're sponsored by somebody, and we've talked about this in the past, that putting limits on how many can come in is kind of crazy, because you may be able to take 1 million just that are great in IT and software. And let's say they want to go back to their country, but they have to work in this country to keep their green card. They're still contributing to the country. I don't think they should get government welfare, because that's ridiculous. Why would we be paying for someone that isn't a citizen here? But what if you can't turn children away from hospitals? And you certainly, that's where the system is mostly hurt. Hospitals and schools, they're so overwhelmed. Mm-hmm. And there's got to be reform.
Yep, 100%. And they showed that by 1% of the illegal immigrants that we know of being shipped to the sanctuary cities, it collapsed those cities. 1% of the illegal immigration population got shipped to those cities, and it collapsed them. So I think that's changing the numbers. We'll have to see how it works out in the long run. I don't know. Dave says, I love the Death Star. What's that?
I really don't think that governors and border states should stop sending illegals out.
Oh, God, no. I think they should send all of them.
They're getting
They should put.
But that shows how strong or how fragile, whichever you choose, be it California or Texas or Arizona, is with what they're dealing with. And just to put such a small, minute amount out into the world the way they did, and it rocked. I mean, you're going to turn, this whole thing is turning a lot of New Yorkers, like downtown New Yorkers, Republican, because they're watching homeless immigrants and immigrants living in 5-star hotels.
Well, it's not just that, but when the immigrants start working, it puts pressure on the lowest class. The poorest Black person in New York now cannot find a job because that job is taken up by someone who is willing to accept less pay, who is willing to work crazier hours. And it's hitting the lowest class. And the immigrants don't carry inherently the same protections that U.S. citizens do. So Dave says, I love the Death Star. It is a great use of galactic taxation. Ever since that terrorist Mark Hamill flew an X-Wing into it, things have never been the same.
And the engineer of the Death Star gets killed over it. You're like, hey, this thing has to have an exhaust somewhere. An exhaust is blowing out. So they found the one tiny little particle to destroy it. And now they rebuilt it, but you still have to have, it still has an exhaust on it that has to have air blowing out.
He should have put a louver on that exhaust. I'm just saying, a series of louvers. David also says Jared is just a peasant. That's when we're talking about me going to DC. He says Oprah and Michelle Obama will run. Ooh, God, that ticket would be almost unstoppable.
Well, and the problem with Oprah is people have brought this up to her before. I mean, she was even interviewing Trump years ago when he said he would run, and that clip's gotten pretty famous. But I think the problem with Oprah is she's a billionaire, and most billionaires have a lot better things they can do. And they don't like having to worry that a sniper has them in their sights every 5 seconds, or people are going to come to the White House and burn it down. Like even Trump said last night, I wish this guy was a good president because then I wouldn't have felt the need to run. I wish he wasn't destroying America because then I could do what I could be doing. I could not be under indictment, have to be in court and have my family name dragged through the mud, all because he's doing this to political prisoners. I mean, and he set a precedence, right? So whoever runs next time could face the exact same crap. Billionaires like Trump deciding, you know what, I'll run for president. It kind of reminds me of Elon Musk. I don't like Twitter, so I'll buy it. There's billionaires have money in a way that most of us can never fathom. They have to make shit up to buy. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if there's a human hunting ground somewhere, like from the movie Hostel, for billionaires to go hunt humans, because billionaires have anything and everything they want to be the leader of the free world. And Oprah Winfrey, I don't see her wanting that. And Michelle Obama said it, you know what, has no interest in that. I would rather, there's some kind of fame they like and being trusted and beloved, that to play in that political game is,
they don't have to tarnish. They
It's
don't have to
not
tarnish themselves at all. And let's face it, right now, Oprah interviews someone when she wants to.
Oh, yeah.
She doesn't have to show up to interview anybody she doesn't want to.
Right
she
now,
doesn't have to work.
Michelle can put her hands in anything she wants, and she's got all these investment options. She can be trading and doing all of that. When you're president, you cannot do those things.
Yep. I want to make a movie, we'll make a movie. I want to write a book, we'll write a book.
Want to be at arm's length from the presidency. Not to say that he doesn't have his hands on the puppet string. I do believe we're in his third term, but I don't know that Michelle Obama really wants to be the face of the nation.
Oh, that's
because
a question.
It will limit their ability to make a lot of money legally. I don't think it'll make or hurt them. It'll make them richer in the end.
Oh,
but
yeah.
Does she want to commit 8 years to this? Because you can't do just 4. Because, you know, why would a successful president step down after 4? It's got to be an 8-year commitment. You think she wants to do that? I am hoping that what she has said is, I don't want that. Our family's done that. We've been there, done that. We're good. I hope that she's not lying. I hope Oprah wouldn't do it. I wouldn't vote for Oprah. Oprah has turned out to be a complete leftist when there was a time when she was a very conservative person. At least that's what she put out there. But you have to put out that if you're going to be in every living room in America, if you're going to be loved by women, conservatives or Democrats, liberals, you've got to put on a good face. And Oprah did that for a lot of years. She didn't get into politics. I think she started getting into politics when Obama ran. And it wasn't necessarily about his abilities. It was about what it might be, what he might do. Hope and change. And the man of color. So he would be the first man of color running. And Oprah jumped all in on that. And I think it was that's what turned me against her, because I think once you get all these people's trust and then you decide to go into politics, it's like, I don't like Judge Judy chiming in about politics. I worship Judge Judy. She is one of my idols. I have a signed memorabilia piece from her. I wanted to be her when I grew up. She just came out, by the way, saying that these Trump charges are absolutely ridiculous and no one in their right mind is going to hold this appellate court. There are so many problems with all of this that's going to get thrown out in the first breath. So the first positive thing she said about Trump. But I think when people have that much respect and trust and they go political out of the gate, I think it's very irresponsible. And I think you get one bite at the apple with that. And I think that she threw all her apples in one basket on Obama, so that when he was having all these scandals that he says he never had, but these scandals back to back to back. She had nowhere to go. What can she say?
I don't know why anyone would want to be president, because the federal government's so big that you step in there day one and you inherit scandals. Fast and Furious. You know who started Fast and Furious?
President Bush started it.
Bush started it. And you inherit, and then all of a sudden a Utah guy is murdered on the border with this thing.
He doubled down on Fast.
He did, but you inherit something like that. I mean, imagine you're Gerald Ford. Okay, Gerald Ford steps in. Vietnam is just winding down, and then they say, "Oh, and this whole Agent Orange thing we've been doing for 7 years. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of cancer over that." And Gerald Ford's got to go, "What are you saying? You're saying that we gave cancer to innocent civilians in Vietnam and our soldiers on purpose, knowingly, for 6 years? We knew it for 6 years. 6 years we knew what Agent Orange did. Because Agent Purple and Agent Red didn't work."
The federal government's had too many. That's the problem. You're going to have the same COVID. The vaccine isn't aging well.
Yep, you can't, because you can't sue the federal government. That's the thing we need to change. Not only can we sue them,
Jared,
but we can.
They're calling it not a vaccine because it never prevented the spread. And once they changed it to not being a vaccine, more of a treatment, now you can sue them.
No,
so,
Trump wrote in that you can't. That wasn't part of it.
Vaccine. They changed the wording in the law that as long as this was a vaccine preventing COVID-19, which it didn't do, they sold it that it did, but the new court case is out that says, no, this is nothing but a treatment, and mRNA is not a vaccine.
All right, so good. Let's start suing them.
Now suits can come in. And the CDC was downplaying the reports they were getting from the vaccine. Now those reports are all available by a grandma request. And the thing is you got to, this isn't going to play well. Whoever the next president is has to answer for this, because either it's Trump, who was part of the initial development of it, or it's Biden, who mandated it and didn't give people liberty to decide to take it or not. The difference
or the world goes crazy and it's Chase Oliver.
Trump championed a vaccine and got everybody to the table and had something great happen, but he didn't mandate it. He didn't tell law enforcement, by the way,
the reason,
get it.
And I'm not saying Trump would have mandated it, but remember, Trump didn't get the opportunity to, because Pfizer held on to it until after Biden was in, because they didn't want to give Trump credit.
And I'm glad they did. I would so much rather that Trump, I hate the whole COVID debacle. And I'm saying, I hate it so bad. And to me, that's something Trump has to answer for. But at the end of the day, let Biden take all the credit he wants. It's not aging well.
I'm with you. Dave also says government loves you guys. Yes, they do. He said, if I could shrink the military and still provide policies that would cause us to be more lethal. He said, I could shrink the military and still provide policies that would cause us to be more lethal. Yeah, just do away with taxes on firearms and ammunition. That's it.
Well, let's focus our AI technology into soldiers and, things like that.
Yeah, I would.
Those AI dogs, and they're in front of the Marine Corps. So before you send in boots on the ground, you send them in first.
Well, we just don't send anyone in anywhere. We do it over here. We do it so that you get a tax break if you pursue training, and or refund. We give you. Let's do it. Do away with college funding and do it so that you can get guaranteed loans to buy firearms and pursue training.
You still need human beings for that whole thing I talked about with law enforcement. You still need human beings to decide, because one of those dogs who go in and just kill anything that moves or anything with a firearm or whatever their command is. And eventually there's a way to, something is going on in my neighborhood and I don't know what it is, but the people
well,
like
what it is
somewhere.
we just don't get involved in foreign wars. What's going on in your neighborhood? You got the
People are walking down the street towards the place and they're got a smile and they're just, you need to talk for 1 second so I get a different view.
okay. You go get a different view. I'll finish reading these comments.
If it's really a good view, I'll bring you along. But
hey, look at that. Holly's even showing us her lovely dress again. Doing a twirl. All right.
right.
She's wearing slippers though. And then Holly says, why do we have to take care of them? He loves Tim. Guns on drones. That's right, Dave. Dave's a big guns on drones guy. What about that dog with the flamethrower? They have a hard time getting an expensive taxpayer funded drug. Well, if I was to have a suggestion, I would offer a few cheaper solutions. He's talking about the execution drug. We live in a country where one of our tactics to the war on drugs is to take a helicopter gunship to the cocoa fields of South America and wipe out the peasant workers, women and children as well. I think if we do away with the despair, we'll see the drug problem go down. So we build back the middle class, make it a livable thing. I think we'll see drug problems diminish, not go away, but diminish. And we'll have to probably do that and outlive the current addicts. But we won't be making new addicts. I think if we can do that, give a secure future to people. I'm sure we will innovate out how to survive with losing a job. We have survived much worse as a species. Yes, but we've never survived where the job replacement isn't done by a human. Like when New York was arguing against the automobile because all those people who shoveled horse poops in the streets would lose their job. It was still the job that replaced that, such as what those guys ended up moving into was vehicle maintenance. That was replaced by a human. I don't know what it looks like when the job is not replaced by humans. That's a confusing part. And I don't know, maybe it'll be AI maintenance that takes over. But what if AI maintains itself? 50 is the new 20. And we're almost to the end of Dave's here. They change election laws to benefit the political elite, just like removing legitimacy of Utah delegates. Yes, we're going to be talking about that. I want to get Holly's take on what went on in our last primary. Like the Senate seat went to Curtis, just step in and you get to win. I think we should not have the death penalty either unless they can't work in my labor camp. Dave is coming in hot. Okay, that was a comment by Dave. YouTube, please don't punish us. Okay, a couple more comments off the book of faces. Let's see what we got coming in new.
I answered some of those
did you
during the show. Utah's what California years ago. That Parker is absolute. I agree with him there. It's probably getting fast forwarded quickly because of the growth of COVID and how big it made the federal government almost ridiculously large, and the funding that went into the states and all the tentacles attached to that funding has caused our states to the inflation, everything that's happening now. I think it's put us in a fast forward motion. Add the open border and you're going to have just now a van of people. This is a crazy. So I went outside. There's like 12 people walking down the street and they're not together. They all felt like sporadic, but they were literally walking like this.
It's Jehovah's Witnesses. You're going to get a knock at the door.
I didn't get a knock, but my neighbor is getting a new roof done, and apparently, I thought maybe they're all going to Looky Loo because we live in an area that there's a dead end, so maybe
Yeah.
they're going to see what all the fuss is about. But there's a white van that pulls up and just parks there, and they're all walking to that white van.
Oh, have you ever heard of the
What?
Keepers?
That's what I'm. It was so crazy. It was like something out of a horror movie. They're all
Yeah.
walking
Have you heard of the Keepers? The CIA kidnapping ring? It's a wild story. Anyways, that's a white van story. But no, I agree. And it's weird. And I know I talk a lot of smack and have a lot of ideas, and they probably wouldn't work, and they're probably just the rantings of a crazy guy with a 43 IQ, but they sound good to me at the time. So we just had our primary elections here in Utah, Holly.
We did.
How do you feel about it?
I'm
It seems like the delegates were the ones who lost.
I absolutely hate to say he was right, but our governor told the delegates exactly how it was going to be. And it's one of the reasons I didn't come out swinging against the governor, because notoriously that's how it is. People are far more involved, engaged. There are people who seek out politics in their daily life and actually feel like they have to do something. Delegates are a more well-educated person when it comes to gauging candidates. Candidates work hard to get the trust and respect from delegates. But sadly, a lot of our voters, you see our voter turnout, it's ridiculous. Such a small percentage of the people of this state decide for this state. And it's baffling that more people don't get engaged and involved, especially if you live in a red state that is red. I think I would work extra hard to know who's going to be in. Like if I lived in a blue state and I know my guy's not getting in, I sure as heck want to know who's in the party, the leading party, and get in front of them and find out about them and work to change their mind, or at least understand my point of view if they were going to be leading. A lot of people don't even engage in voting.
Do you think maybe they don't engage because they're in a red state and they feel like they're safer because of that?
If they think that, they're ridiculous. They're not safer.
Well, I'm wondering, my thoughts are, I think people become delegates because they sense something wrong. And the average person feels like things are right. And Cox is the name I'm familiar with, and I'm going to run with that. And I'm not saying anything against Cox, or for him. I just wonder if the delegate system doesn't need to be reformatted somehow, because the people who come out to be delegates are the people who are, for lack of a better term, the people who are getting radical at the time.
I disagree.
And then the radicals say, this is what we want. And the average or the asleep person says, we don't want radical. And I'm wondering if that's an issue with.
The issue isn't the delegates or the delegate process. The issue is SB 54 and the ability to pay for signatures and to bypass the delegate system so that anyone with the most money wins.
Oh, I agree.
Money out of these elections. The delegates are people like you and me who work full-time, who have families and jobs, and many people are going out and doing this work because they feel it's the only way to have a say in your government. And it's the only way to get in front of these candidates. And then candidates will enter a race who's not John Curtis, who's not been a career politician in all these races. They will enter the race and they will go to the grassroots of it all, not having a ton of money to back them. and they will get the trust of delegates, and then money starts to come in, and then the convention win, and they get bigger backing, and that's how grassroots happen. And the problem is there's too much money in elections. When we've made so many companies because of SB 54 that aren't even in our state that can gather signatures for a price because of an SB 50, just because of this bill. And yet we all know the bill is terrible. And everybody that I know that's elected, I've said, run the bill to get rid of it. On the House and in the Senate, run the bill. And our own electeds had said, I'll run it, but no one will pass it. I said, I don't care. I want to know who is voting to keep it.
Well,
So we can get rid of them.
Can I throw out a thought?
Of course.
It sounds like, and I'm not arguing for it, you know how I feel about it, but it sounds like the voting populace would be against doing away with it.
I don't think the voting populace knows what it is.
But they voted.
Any person, they didn't vote. This didn't go in front of the voting populace.
But their vote reflected that, because they voted unanimously, almost unanimously, against all delegates.
Who? You mean in this election?
The primary voters, yeah.
No, you go up to the average person, they don't know what SB 54 is.
Sure, but their vote.
They're like, no, I don't think that's right. We should have people. If you're being a
But let me ask it like this. Do you think the news got to the average Republican that this is who walked away from the caucus with your Republican delegates supporting? Or do you think that news was hidden from them?
That news was all about the delegates booing the governor.
Okay, well then
it was all about it was taken absolutely. The news is no fan of the caucus system.
No, they're not. But then if that's the case, that's where I think then the parties need to figure out how to reach out more and talk to more of the voters, because something went awry, because it looks to me like the delegate system failed.
I don't think so. But again,
the reason I'm saying that is because it almost looks, when I look at who won the primary, was not the people the delegates selected.
Well, I get that. But the job of a delegate then is to inform their precinct, and precincts inform everybody else. It doesn't mean everybody else is going to agree. Look how many people show up to their caucus. When I tell you voter turnouts are bad, they're really bad. In Utah, we have people that are complacent and they don't show up and they wait to the last minute. I have friends of mine that I inform, like what I learn, along with my precinct when it comes to candidates. And other than that, they don't watch the news. They're done with politics altogether. Just tell me who you met. Tell me what you think. And they're complacent. People feel the necessity to vote, but some people make the decision that day, or they'll pull up ads or whatever. And if your guy is sent tons of mailers and you just recognize the name, John Curtis had his name going in. Jason Walton got 6%. Jason Walton had been advertising long time and hard. A lot of money went into his campaign, and a lot of delegates liked him, but they liked Trent Staggs more. And Trent Staggs got 32 and John Curtis got 49. So to say John Curtis won, yes, but he didn't win by half, 50%. He just won by 49%. Would you say that 49% of Utah wanted him? You know he's going to be our next senator. We know that by generals usually. What Democrat can come in and take on John Curtis? most people accuse him of being more Democrat than even our bluest Democrats in this state. He's got it. He's going to win. And yes, delegates made their choices. They only made their hard choices, though, on Trent Staggs and Phil Lyman. Those are the ones that got pushed over. The delegates were there was no winner in the other races. So for governor and it's hard to take an incumbent out. That is nearly impossible. And the last time it happened with Senator Lee, and it's the reason SB 54 was even started. Because
I agree.
I'm
not saying, I'm not asking this saying we need to get rid of the caucus system. What I'm saying is, do you think that the party needs to recognize this and figure out how to do more, maybe outreach, or how to make it so more people get drawn into getting involved, or how to get out and educate more?
We absolutely need to do outreach, extend the tent, make sure everybody's involved. We need to update caucus convention system. We tried to do that this past year, and somebody nefarious jumped in to try to wreck that and overload our system. There's many ways to try to get people involved, engaged. We spent more money on marketing caucus. Caucus was supposed to be totally done better. Now, with time, now we have a couple years ahead of us before our next one to where we can get a better deal. But we need to look at all of our electeds at the Hill and ask them, are you putting money before elections? You think, because we took it to the Supreme Court and fought SB 54. As a private party, we're getting told by the state how to run our elections. And we thought it was crap, and we fought it. And the party went into debt over it, fighting it, to the point where we were out of money. We could no longer fight it. The Supreme Court's like, you need to have your legislator just change the bill. End the bill. Bring back the caucus convention system. Well, of course they're not going to do that. A, they're the incumbent, and B, that's a guaranteed win for them without having to invest time and energy into their campaign. It's all about money at this point. Money gets them in. Money buys their signatures. And I don't say it's the same for local government. Counties, councils, things like that, if they get the signatures, they literally are getting a few hundred, maybe. Governors, senators, they have to get so many more. I think 100,000 or something. And I think that they actually should have to be done by volunteers for that campaign, and not a campaign that just pays out-of-state people to come in. I mean, at least have it be a local company, for crying out loud. And where the people that sign they understand when they're exactly what they're signing for and what it means, because they can't sign for other candidates and they can't vote. Their voice is their name, picking that candidate. I'm not saying it's wrong, but there should be a hybrid where the party updates our system, absolutely brings caucus convention into the 21st century. And we also should have another option, but I hate to see the wrong candidate win. And these delegates were not wrong. I mean, look at we were so torn on the congressional race, right? We loved both candidates, both Celeste and Colby. Both were great candidates. Both were great people. We've enjoyed them as guests on the show multiple times and were really great. The delegates felt the exact same way. It was very close. Well, Colby got 49.82% of the vote and Celeste got 50.18. How close is that? I mean,
yeah,
that's 1,000 votes, give or take. That's a close race, and it reflected what the delegates thought. The delegates chose Mike Kennedy as their nominee for the House seat 3, congressional seat 3, and Mike Kennedy won. And he won handedly, but he still won at 38% because there was a lot of people in that race. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 candidates in that race, and he got 38%. Governor's race, Phil Lyman got 45.8%. 45. That's more than Spencer Cox got when he was initially elected in our primary or chosen as our nominee. So to say that the delegates were wrong, I've seen delegates this past time not only say who they're voting for, they didn't just leave convention and go, okay, I did my work. No, I saw them knocking on doors. They were getting to their precinct chairs. They were contacting and spreading out. They were doing meetings and town halls. We were doing town halls. We were trying to get the word out as much as possible to the people who are not invested enough to pay attention politically. And I try not to judge people because I understand a lot of people are suffering and they're not blaming politics yet. But I firmly believe politics is root in every part of your life. And until you face it head on and actually get involved and engaged, you're a victim of politics. And so I got to see an amazing amount of people work very, very hard on Phil's behalf. That caused the people on Spencer Cox's behalf. They went out and had to work extra hard because he didn't want to lose his seat. He won 54% to 45. The margins were high. He wasn't wrong.
I don't think the caucus is wrong, but I think what is reflecting in this is that the caucus went in and said, this is the way our party wants to move. But then when it gets to the primary election, the primary voters move a different way. My question is either there's a gap in like the party message getting down to the average party member, or the caucus system is one that draws in people who don't align with the general populace. And I think that points out a hole, because if that's the case that the caucus system doesn't align with the general populace, then something's got to give there long term, or otherwise that'll end up tearing the party in half in the long run.
The caucus decides the governing body of this party. The caucus is in charge of all of the people that run the party, that decide the platform on the national level from Utah side. All is decided at caucus. So again, these people are victims of their own party if they don't align with that. So our party platform is so simple, and I mean, it's not 1,000 pages. It's very simple. Life, liberty, taking, your own individuality and taking accountability, these type of things. The person that calls themselves a Republican but doesn't get involved and says that delegates don't agree with them, yet they don't listen to what the delegate has to say. I mean, they also can complain about the party not doing as they like. Well, what are you doing? The people running this party are chosen at caucus. So you don't go to caucus, but you complain about your party. It doesn't make any sense. We don't have a GOP without the caucus. The state is getting weaker because we can't rally like Democrats and get everyone on the same page, to rally behind our candidates. Again, it's our curse and it's also our strength. We are free thinkers. Republicans are free thinkers by nature. We will not fall in line. But look at this. Without caucus, we don't have a governing body of this party. The party leadership would be the governor. And how many people disagree with the governor some of the time? It's no different. Our party leadership right now Robert Axon has done leaps and bounds trying to get our party engaged, to get our voters engaged. I listen to voters all the time in our county, and a lot of them have the same message. I still have the same people that say they don't align with us, or they hate Trump, or we're losing the party. But do I expect them to vote Republican? I don't. I expect them to vote the way they feel values align with them. I'm not gonna say they're not a Republican. That's not my place. But if we're going to say we're going to make a point of what the GOP is, the GOP is decided at caucus. The governing body, the people I work with at the SEC, we're all vastly different. I'm more conservative than most of my fellow members of the SEC, which is fine by me. They represent a voice in our party that I appreciate and need. But I'm also, if they're gonna outwardly say that the delegates do not reflect, well, that's on the party for not doing our job and getting the voice of the delegates out. And it comes out of mouths of the SEC members, and I'm thinking, well, what did you do? What did you do to encourage your precinct, your party in your county, to get the voice out, to get the vote out, to get them educated? The candidates, we only had 2 nominees come out of convention. Derek Brown, our guest last week for Attorney General, Derek won 43.76%. That shocked me because Frank Mylar was everywhere. He was everywhere. And he's been on our show a couple of times. And the thing is, the delegates preferred Frank at convention. Derek was running. I mean, I love Derek. I think he's a great guy, and I think he ran a great campaign. But I think that he wasn't necessarily catering to delegates because he knows how the game is played. And it's, you get your list, and you get those signatures. And he did the exact same thing the governor did, the same thing that everyone else did. The incumbents did. Derek is a good guy, and he's got a great track record. And I think all 3 of the candidates for Attorney General would have been great. I was just surprised at the vast difference in votes. And Rachel Terry was behind him with 32%. Frank had 23%.
Ooh, that is a big split. Why do you think Frank fell so far behind?
You know what it could be? This is just me thinking out loud. Frank was an actual litigator. We had him on our show. He was in between a court case. Remember, jury had just, he is an active litigator. He has all these cases on the docket. He's working extremely hard. I think that's one of the things I loved about him. And most of his cases were civil rights cases that had to do with liberty being taken and constitutional overreach and things that you and I just love, right? To know that somebody is fighting for people like that. But how do you run a campaign as an active litigator with the practice? I mean, Rachel Terry had worked in the AG's office. Derek Brown had worked with Meta and the lobbying firm. He's worked in the senatorial office. He's worked in parts of the AG's office. All of them have worked in those realms, but I don't think anyone was currently doing case work.
So you think Frank's day job, for lack of a better term, didn't give him the time to do the other things that the others had time to do?
That's the only thing I can think of, because anybody who sat down with Frank and had a conversation with him about, the plans for the AG's office, and all 3 of these guys were great candidates. I believe they'll be transparent.
Yeah, I have no.
All of that.
I'm going to say it right now. I'm not feeling any heartburn of any. Even I know Cox gets a lot of flack here in Utah because Cox, he's not acting like a conservative governor. He is not.
He is
Cox
right
is
now. In an election year, he does.
well, Cox is hands down acting like he's playing a popularity contest for Washington D.C. 90% of the time. That's my perception. And if he feels he's not good, I'd like him to come on this show and say it. But that's what I see.
Salt Lake City. I think he would rather be more popular in Salt Lake City.
Yep.
He is playing to that. And I can only imagine how difficult it is to be a governor when the capital city you're in, which is in most states, is blue, and the actual people that you annoy show up at your office daily and are picketing outside and all of that,
Yep.
and trying to play both sides. But in election year, he gets very conservative. And
he speaks very conservative. He never gets very conservative. He speaks. He gets a rhetoric of a conservative.
Was something he did when he was getting elected. And constitutional carry, I mean, that's a law, and now it stays that way. A lot of these laws that were made last session are going to stay long past Governor Cox. But that's the thing, is when you get these laws in place that are conservative, this last session put a lot of conservative laws in place that he didn't veto, and he kept going.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. You're right.
The Title IX stuff, he wasn't going to veto it. They had the special session. He was on board with that. It may be because it's an election year, or maybe because it's the right thing to do. I don't care. I want my governor to be able to say girls need to be safe, and I will not veto a bill that says they are. But Cox has done great things for Utah. We can't deny him that.
Well, no, and that's why I'm saying I don't have a problem with anyone who won. Celeste, I love Celeste. I like Colby a lot too. Either one of them. I mean, it's a good thing I wasn't voting, because I wouldn't have been able to make that choice. And that's just me honestly saying that. Celeste has done a few things that I was personally felt hurt over, because she personally, and she brought it up when I first talked to her, that she's going to do away with that was 702. Is that right? 702?
I think so.
Yeah.
The FISA courts.
Yeah, the FISA courts, that she was going to do away with that. She brought that up. She mentioned that to me first, and then when it came, but I also understand that, and here's me just spitballing, if I'm thinking politically, that Celeste got elected and had less than a year to sit in that office and be reelected to hold that office. And so she needed all the support she could get from the party. She couldn't not back the party 100%. She had to.
Right. Yeah. You know how that works.
And she turned and she line item down everything Johnson wanted and everything McCarthy before him wanted. She had to.
Well, she voted with Jim Jordan too.
Yeah, she did. And I think she could vote her conscience in most areas, and I agree with her conscience in most areas. But when it came to the party saying, look, you want to stay in our good graces, I think she absolutely had no other choice.
I think that she understands that, and I think that is probably unwritten and unspoken rule that you and I have spoke actually to her, that we don't know what we don't know. And we asked her, do they call you into an office and they try to whip your vote, or
she would never be able to admit that if they did.
We get that. But I think what's beautiful about the story is that she was challenged 5 months into her office, and then she did have to make these votes. Maybe she didn't have to, but to her, and I'm only referencing the show that she was in where we directly asked her, is that a lot of this stuff had to have been voted on then and now, in order for President Trump to be elected and to move forward quickly with progress. Because if it's not voted on now, why we have the Congress and we lose it somehow, or we don't vote on it, doesn't pass. Once Trump gets in, they got to start all over and build it up. Whether that's true or not, I don't know.
I agree. I agree, but I don't want Trump to have those powers either. I don't want anyone to have those powers.
He doesn't have the powers, but what I'm saying is they have the ultimate purse power. But
yeah,
Trump shouldn't have to do executive orders. Either it's good policy or it's not. If it's good policy, like a lot of his executive orders were, our Senate gets off their dead butts and votes it into law. If it's good policy to eliminate restrictions on government and red tape, they vote a law that says every new restriction requires 300 disposal of 300 others. That's what Trump's policy said. And Mike Lee was all about that. They wouldn't put that on the Senate floor.
Nope.
The difference. Good policy requires candidate or electeds to bring good policy to law so that it survives presidencies, it survives bureaucracies. And that's what didn't happen last time. This time around, that's why I say this is the last bite of the apple for me. If Trump is elected and our party refuses to put good policy into law, it'll prove to us who the criminals are. And it'll prove to us who in our party is absolutely destroying America. We only got a hindsight. We got a hint of it. Mitt Romney flashes to mind. When I met Mitt Romney, he was not some wolf in sheep's clothing. He was a legitimate, nice guy who had a great record. He was good to veterans. He was good to people. I knew people that knew him, and his family was amazing and kind. I didn't see the new Mitt Romney come out until Trump got to him. The DTS got to him. And then he became no different than any other Democrat there.
Mitt Romney
did that.
Let me explain to you how I see it as an outsider. Is that Mitt Romney is a Republican of the past, and they have always Hi Ryan. Is that Ryan?
It is.
Hi Ryan.
You're out of my truck and I need
Mitt Romney is a Republican of the past, and he was always a big government Republican. Or maybe not big government. I should say a strong federal government Republican, just like Bush.
I think he had integrity in the past, and I think
no. The difference is Trump is the voice of the populace saying, we're tired of a strong federal government. And that's why Mitt Romney fought against him. I would have always been against Mitt Romney because he is a strong federal government Republican. I'm more along with Trump's rhetoric in my natural being, because I want a small, focused federal government. And I want more of the responsibilities that the federal government have taken on to be in the state hands. And then I want a medium-sized, focused state government, and then more of those responsibilities to be in county hands. And then I want a focused county government, and I want it to be in city hands. And then I want a focused city government, and I want it to be in individual hands. That's what I want.
Great. Well, that's what the founders anticipated.
Yes, that's what they anticipated, and that's why they said a republic if you can keep it, and we haven't.
So back to the election, our state auditor, Ricky Hatch, got 43%, Tina Cannon 56.94%. I think that one, those were both great candidates. Tina was also, and she she was already working in the state auditor's office. I think that she's going to do amazing. I mean,
Yeah, I liked both of them a lot. Ricky was a fun guy to talk to. Tina was very fun to talk to. No heartburn at all there. That one,
yeah,
that would have been another one that I could have scribbled in either dot and felt perfectly happy.
in Davis County, you hear a lot of people complain about Todd Weiler.
Mm-hmm.
And they love to complain about him. I don't know if it's Democrats, I don't know if it's Republicans, but he won by 68% in the primary. 68.49%. And I think that's pretty, I mean, Todd Weiler, I know him. He's a funny guy. Like, he's a funny guy. He's a lawyer. He's a probably very moderate type of Republican. But like most of these guys that are serving in the Senate, they're trying to do good by their community. And they see things that are right, things that are wrong. They don't make a lot of money. I don't know how much power a state senator has, at least that I've noticed. But it's very interesting that people will complain about him and show up for him in droves. I have no idea.
Who was challenging him?
I don't know what it looked like at convention. Ronald Mortensen, and I don't know him.
Okay.
So I don't know his convention because I don't deal in those races. But let's go to Trevor Lee. You know Trevor?
Mm-hmm.
So Trevor was running against Daniela Harding, and Daniela she used to be the party chair of Davis County, and that's how I got to know her. She's an amazing woman, and just a great human being, and I've always gotten along with her, and I adore her. Trevor ran last time and won, to everyone's surprise, and so this time around, people came up and showed up for him. He won 54.52% to her 45.
And he's up in Layton, right?
Yeah, in Davis County. Now,
Yep.
give you an idea, Davis County, I don't know what the population of Davis County is off the top of my head.
Davis County, I think it would be considered mid-corridor, so it's probably one of the larger conservative areas. He's up there. I think he represents part of Hillfield and things like that.
Yeah,
and
but
Trevor
I'm trying
is
to figure out the numbers of that populace. Is it 100,000 people? Is it because here's the thing. Let me tell you. Well, this is why I'm asking.
Davis,
Okay.
I think would be in that. That's like the South Ogden too. Those areas, that area between Salt Lake and Ogden proper tends to hit real conservative.
Okay, but I'm asking like numbers.
Oh,
Let's say there's 100,000 people there and 65% are Republicans, making that 65,000 people. Guess how many votes he got to win 4.52%?
Oh, 6,000.
There wasn't even 6,000 total.
Oh my gosh.
He got 3,119 votes.
So this is during the primary. I wonder what it's going to look like when the general election rolls around.
You see what I'm saying? How many people are not involved?
Man, it seems like my party's the biggest party in the U.S. right now.
Let me just go back with that in mind. Let's go back to the senatorial candidate. 196,000 people out of Utah's 3 million. Even if you divide that in half for Republicans, that would be 1.5 million people. He got 196,534 votes. Trent got 129,109 votes. That's insane.
That is, yeah.
Is that even 1%?
You know what that tells me? that tells me that more people are more people have given up on the idea of a government providing for them, of a government protecting them, because that's where I am.
I think they've given up on the idea of government, period.
Yeah, that's where I am. The government, this is how I explain it to people, especially us rural people. The government is never there to help. Never will the government shade my doorstep and be there to provide aid or sustenance or even to aid me. If the government ever shows up at my doorstep, it's to somehow take something from me or punish me.
Well, listen to this. Tooele County has roughly 74,000 people and growing every day. Fastest growing county in the state right now. John Curtis got 3,746 votes. And Trent's got 2,947 votes in Tooele County.
So 5,000 people voted, almost 6.
Brad Wilson got 1,000 and Jason Walton got 584 votes, which shocks me. Because Jason Walton had a following before I even was involved with him. Before he party, he was already doing his campaign long before he came to our party, to where party chairs were getting to know him. So I was really impressed that by the time I met him, it was at convention and the county convention. He already had a pretty good following. Trent Staggs, right out of the gate, been running since last May. He already had a pretty good following that didn't involve delegates. In fact, delegates were probably running because they liked Trent Staggs and they didn't want a Brad Wilson or a John Curtis. Not that, I mean, Brad Wilson's not a bad guy. Brad Wilson was, also one of Trump's favorites during the Bears Ear stuff. And Brad Wilson has a lot of great people that supported him. And I was shocked that he only pulled 12%, 13% roughly out of our county. Again, it goes to show you how little people are engaged. So when
can I make a couple of pointers that I noticed watching this? Is that John Curtis had commercials on YouTube, all over YouTube.
So did
I would see, but I would see a John Curtis commercial every time I watched any conservative-leaning YouTube program. Trent Staggs had commercials all over. I don't know how this works. All over, I would see a Trent Staggs commercial on the Vizio Live TV channel. I didn't see a lot of Trent Staggs on YouTube at all, but I would see him in between when we're watching Fear Factor at night or when we're watching the cooking channel. And I wonder if the spread of the commercials didn't drive any of that, because I'm sure not a lot of people watch Fear Factor.
No, I'm telling you, I don't know why you were seeing John Curtis on YouTube, which is the main channel on at our house every single day. I only saw Trent Staggs or Jason Walton. So
I only saw John Curtis.
Watch or not, but I'm not watching highly political shows. I'm watching more history-driven stuff and I don't know, just current events. And I saw a lot of Trent Staggs. Now I saw more of Trent Staggs after convention. So I think he got a boost in his budget and advertising. Before that, I was seeing Jason Walton and it kept driving me crazy because I'm like, who is this guy? I've never even heard of him and I'm a party chair. Like I should know who he is. That's why it was so interesting to me to know he'd already invested so much before he even got to convention.
And
So,
it might be the size of channels, because I'm sure the cost of advertising depends on the size of channel. But before Tim Pool, I would almost always see a Curtis commercial.
okay, now hear this. Remember, I told you about how I witnessed delegates from our county doing above and beyond and knocking on doors and going the extra mile, and precinct chairs, newly elected precinct chairs, highly engaged. The governor's race in Tooele County, Phil Lyman got 4,069 votes. Spencer got 4,349 votes.
Wow, separated by 300 votes.
So 48% to 51% in our county. 300 people could have changed the outcome of of Tooele County, not of the whole Utah race. But that is highly, and we're still only dealing with 8,450 people.
I want to know if Phil Lyman beat beat Cox down south. I wonder if that's also a split between north and south.
Okay, I can tell you. In Washington County, Phil Lyman won with 21,021 votes, and Cox got 14,808 votes.
There's your split. It's the north and south split. That's
the
pusher.
Showed up? That's also 37,000 people showed up in Washington County to vote.
That's the split. Washington County. It's this north-south split. I'll bet if you get down to Cedar City, that's where the split happens.
Where's Wayne County? Wayne County, Phil Lyman dominated with 58%. Where's Wayne County?
I can look real quick.
Utah County, Spencer won by 52%. Uinta County, Phil Lyman, 58%.
Now that's an eastern county.
Wasn't he from Uinta County, or is he from Emory?
Uinta County is eastern. I think that's Duchesne in that area. Wayne County's down south. Wayne County would sit right next to Cedar City.
So Summit County voted 59% Spencer.
Yep.
Phil Lyman won in Sevier County by 52%.
Okay, Sevier's a mid county. That's in the middle.
San Pete, Spencer won, but San Pete's where Spencer's from.
Yeah.
He won 56%. San Juan County, Phil Lyman won 77.73%.
Wow. So it almost looks like it's also
rural.
Rural and urban. And there's a big split, rural and urban. Let me tell you, on that pilot thing I went to, there were 4 of us. There was an urban Republican. I stood in for a rural Republican because my leanings sit well with the Republican Party. It's just I don't think on average the Republican Party sits with the Republican Party. And then there was a rural and an urban Democrat. There were 4 of us. And the person that I felt value-wise furthest away from was the urban Republican. The urban Republican was more anti-gun. The urban Republican was more anti-free speech.
San Juan had barely 2,000 people show up.
San Juan's tiny and half empty, I think.
So Salt Lake County,
Oh, well.
Phil got 37% and Cox got 62%. Rich County, 61% to Cox. Paiute, 56.19% went to Phil Lyman.
Ooh.
Morgan County, 50.64% went to Phil Lyman.
Oh, that's a close split.
And Millard County, 57% went to Lyman.
So he won all of the rural except for Tooele. Where
Kane,
Tooele probably went north. What did Cash go?
hold on, I'm going through them before I lose the power on my phone. 50.98% to Kane. Juab, 58.55 for Lyman. 53% in Iron County for Lyman. Grand County, 57% for Lyman. Garfield County went to Spencer. Emery County went to Lyman, 52%.
Garfield's a southern county, isn't it?
I don't know. Duchesne County went to Lyman, 55%. Davis County went to Cox at 60%. Daggett County went to Cox at 53%. Carbon County to Cox, 52%. Cache County, 58% went to Spencer. Box Elder, 51%. Now remember, Box Elder makes up with Cache and Box Elder and Tooele County,
Yep.
our Senate seat. So Cox won all of those counties. Beaver County, 55% went to Lyman in Beaver. And overall, 54% is what he won. 200,000 votes.
The thing that split it was the north-south split.
I think it's rural urban split.
Well, okay, we're considered rural. So is Box Elder, and they both went to Cox, and they're both very rural.
Ours was highly close, though. That's the thing.
Yeah, and so were theirs. So it seems like the north-south would have made the difference. Garfield is a southern county. That's got a hurricane in it. I think that's got hurricane in it. But yeah, that's what it sounds like. It sounds like the north-south split really drove that. The rural urban always will play into it, but the north-south split drove it. Let me read some comments that rolled in on from Travis Vincent. He says, people vote from families passed through time, regardless of how effing dumb Biden is. They still vote for him instead of doing research. And that's true. A lot of people are Republican in their following because their family's Republican, but they may be a very progressive Republican. And you may have that. You definitely have that in the Democrats. The urban Democrat lady at that thing I went to, she's a pro-gun lady. She comes from Pennsylvania. And her family is Democrat because of unions. They're union Democrats. Do you really think that Cox will admit China and Biden has him bought? They'll never admit what brings them to power. Cox is so far up Biden's fourth point of contact that he smells the idiocy from within. It's all tied together all the way down to individual counties, cities, etc. Then he says exactly about something that I said. That's why you see that last picture, Cox shaking Biden's hand. Mitt Romney has turned Democratic, bought from China. Trump being elected caused China to contact and was invited to being bought as most on DC now. Romney never voted for one bill to help Utah nor American citizens. He voted Democratic bills. If they don't, they get exposed.
Trump's already buying and selling our government under Obama. Hell, under Clinton. A lot of those backroom deals under those presidents were happening before Trump. The problem is Trump was putting a stop to it.
Yeah, that's one of the big things is too many times we voted people run for office and we vote for them. They run because they have business interests that they get to reflect on when they're in there. And we vote for them because they carry a party name or they have a certain rhetoric. But Romney is a big business guy. And I mean, if we want to blame someone for our business running to China, we have to blame Nixon and Kissinger. It was Nixon and Kissinger that opened China up, saying, oh, we're going to liberalize China, in the classic word of liberalization. And it didn't. It made our government more overbearing, which they were already headed that way. I mean, I want to do a whole show where we just talk about the long-term effects of World War II, because I think World War II is what really has lined out what our government is, just in every way. But yeah, and I think Cox, and this is kind of a tradition with Utah going back, is Utah governors get a lot of attention federally, and I think they like it. They like it because Utah governors are the governor council's president, and Utah governors get to do all this, and they get a lot of credit for that, and they feel like it's a good thing.
It's because Utah governors, aside from the aspect of our religious state, the fact that we come from a religious state, our Utah governors have been able to lead both in the state that is religious and not religious, and they've been able to lead with a lot of success, and they're not polarizing by any means.
And they're super friendly.
Governor associations choose them because they do seem to get along well with both sides. That's a good thing and a bad thing. I mean, our Utah governors have been exceptional on the world stage because of their ability to lead in times of crisis, in times of success. Utah's had a lot of successes. We can't take that away from Governor Cox or Governor Herbert, especially early on. A lot of our business successes come from a lot of stuff that he started, and I think you're seeing the fruits of all of that. And of course, you would put it makes sense to put in his deputy lieutenant governor in as governor. And as much as people have anger about Governor Cox, there's a lot of good he's done. So it's hard to make him so polarizing that you dislike him or you have Cox derangement syndrome. I think there are a few people who are like that, who just can't stand him, but there's so many that are like, you know what, he's done a good job and I'm good with him. And then
and an incumbent, he hasn't ruined my life, so the devil, but
I need a plug thing. Please find me for me. I don't know where it is.
But we're also looking at a point is a lot of people are seeing our government wholesale kind of go against its people. And if you're in a state, Cox is the target of that. Because Cox hasn't done anything to stop the feds from playing around. I mean, Cox should have came out when that guy down in Provo was killed by the FBI. Cox should have came out that morning and condemned that.
Did he? Do we know?
He did not. No, he met with Biden that day, which was why the FBI raided him.
Well, again, I still think that,
and I'm not making a judgment call, but Cox should have done that. If Cox took an oath to the Constitution, he should have done that, because it's only 10 paragraphs down where that is stated.
I still think it's up to the sheriffs to make that statement.
I agree. The sheriff and the sheriff of Utah County did come out and condemn it.
Many sheriffs came out and condemned it.
Yeah, but the sheriff that it physically affected did come out and do that.
Which is how it should be. Cox is just a face for Utah. He's not the law. He's not the biggest law in Utah. That's
Cox,
our sheriff's office.
Cox should have also.
He should have. He didn't. He
didn't.
President in his.
And I'm not condemning Cox.
No governor wants their president shot in their state.
That's true.
At the end, they're going to do
Well, there's an argument that the governor of Texas at the time would have been just fine with what happened to JFK. But aside from that, but
he's
no,
Cox. So he's not going to come out, and I don't blame it. I mean,
no, he should have come out and he should have said, "Hey, look, I don't support what this guy said, but I also don't support a federal goon hit squad showing up in my state and executing someone when there's a means to deal with a, for all intents and purposes, handicapped individual who says crazy stuff on the internet." Cox should have said that.
You didn't know what you didn't know at the time. That's the thing. We're all against it. But it's no different than Obama getting involved in cases involving police and saying they did bad or anything else before all the story was out. I think once the story came out, there absolutely should have been a statement from our governor to address it. The federal agencies need to check in with local law enforcement before they do raids and things like that. But this happened the day of, and he was doing the stuff in Park City, and the sheriff had come out. I think that I don't care what the governor has to say. I care about.
I'm just saying, if I was a governor and a sheriff said, "Hey, why didn't the feds contact me when they're hitting a house in my county?" If I was the governor, I would have backed that sheriff 1,000%. And I don't care what party that sheriff came from.
I absolutely would.
And I'm not condemning for this, but I am going to say, and I'll live and die by this, Cox should have backed his sheriff.
He absolutely should have. That's the problem. You and I give a crap about that stuff. The populace does not. I wonder if half the people that live in the state even know what happened.
They don't. They just.
We had 4,000 people in Tooele County make a decision for 76,000 people, and I probably know all of those people. That is horrific to me. And these people are not a victim of their party because they do nothing. They do nothing either to stand up and make the rules that the party is going by, to stand up to take it to the party the direction they want it to go in. They do nothing. They sit back on their keyboards and bitch and moan about how the party has left them, and they don't show up for their party. They don't show up and actually do what they want and show what they want within the party. They just sit back and complain about it. So they're victims of this party. I vote Republican, but the Republican Party left me. Well, then get involved. Because I'll tell you, if I had Democrat feelings, I sure as hell wouldn't be sitting on my hands and just complaining about how this is a red state. But that's just me. I would be involved in the Democrat Party, and I would run for.
You've already proven that you do that. I mean, you stepped up, got involved in the Republican Party, ground your way, became a member of the county group that runs the party, and then got elected into the chair. But we've got 30 minutes left, and there's one thing internationally that I'd like to cover with you. But let's run through some comments real quick. Fred asked a question. He says, if Biden dies and Harris steps aside, who's next? Oh, sorry. We already read that one, but I misread it when I thought Harris steps in, but that would be a question. If something happened to Biden right now and Harris became the de facto president because something happened to Biden, how would that play out? Because Harris is hated.
Because if she took over, or if she
if she took over,
a vice president for her, I wonder if she would get to choose a vice president. The party would get to choose someone because they would have a vice president, and then
the party,
the vice president.
The big question is Harris is unpopular. Would the party be able to get her out of that seat to get her not to run? Or do you think she'd get in there and say, I'm running? Because right now, every Democrat who's not pulling the wool over their eyes is saying openly that Biden is too selfish. They're pissed at him because he's being so selfish, and that he is ruining the party this go round.
Yeah, I think the party was already in a downward spiral.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Camille mentions the Chevron difference. The Supreme Court ruled on it today, and
Yeah.
I haven't read through the ruling. I know it was 6-3, and the decision in Chevron versus Natural Resources Defense Council, which gave rise to the doctrine known as the Chevron Doctrine, which a court defers to agency interpretations of ambiguous statutes as long as the judge finds the interpretation to be reasonable. The court limits or upends the Chevron Doctrine. The ruling would pull back the leeway that agencies have had in interpreting statutes. So
Yes. It's huge.
I'm not sure where, well, you tell me, where's this going to hit first?
It's hit the ATF already. It's huge. The ATF saying, "Oh, this is now illegal. This makes it an SBR, or this makes it an automatic weapon, like the bump stocks and the pistol braces." But what it's going to make is so that Congress is, if they want to enforce it, it's got to be clear written in the law. So Congress is going to have to be more exact, or the ATF is going to have to, before they try to enforce something crazy, or it comes down from the EPA, because the EPA has called, someone spits on the ground, they call it a wetland and start fining people who live by it, So that's where it honestly has
democracy is what it's done. It's taking power out of our federal government or our Senate, who actually make laws, and it's empowered bureaucracies who interpret laws.
But it hasn't taken power out of the Senate, because the Senate was freely giving them that power. What it's done is it's forcing the power back on the Senate, because that's how we have to look at it. It's not that the federal government has taken power away from the Senate or taken money away or the purse away from Congress.
Accountability is what it's done.
It's forcing it back where it's supposed to be.
For the ATF doing their interpretations of the law, they don't have to be accountable for letting the ATF run amok. Now they have to be accountable. So, and they have to actually make it a law for it to be applied. I see this is going to be big for a lot of different agencies, especially, this is a great way to start getting these bureaucracies in check. And I'm so glad it's 6-3.
Well, yeah, it split along political lines because of the means, because of the targets of what was brought in. If Congress and the Senate holds them to this, we need to start having means of punishment brought into our bureaucracies, which means bureaucracy, you overstep the bounds. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take away some of your pay for the next 3 months. Say that to the head of the FBI. The FBI all of a sudden becomes a constitutional organization again overnight. We need to bring that in, because I'll tell you what, the regular soldier, he can have money taken from him. We need to start doing that to the heads of the FBI as well. We need to start having a means. We don't have to fire them or punish them if they don't overstep that much, but there's no reason they can't say to the head of the FBI, they can't say something like, you know what? You directed your people to overstep the bounds, so we're going to fine you personally half a month's pay. You can go fill out the paperwork on whether what's that?
We need to be able to fire bureaucrats. We need to
I agree. But this is an intermittent step.
I'm saying that right now is never up for debate. No one ever gets to fire a bureaucrat. And I'm thinking that has to stop. Not if it's political, you're not firing over a political reason, but for incompetence, for the people running the VA or for the people running the border, like Mayorkas, he shouldn't have to be impeached. He should be fired. Like, this is a joke that this has to go through all these steps.
I know.
Firing. They should treat it the same way they treat it in the private industry.
I'm just going to play with a little toy while we talk about this.
I can't believe it. What time is it? Five
I have not said the word.
now.
But anyways, so what other? Yeah, Chevron deference ruling, that one's huge. Yeah, she says Lyman is from San Juan County.
Thank you. I didn't remember.
Okay. So the last subject I wanted to talk about, and this one's huge, and it's no one's talking about it. A week ago, the petrodollar deal expired. Do you know what that is?
The national petrol, like
No. The petrodollar deal came out of, it was in 73. Kissinger went to Saudi Arabia and said, if you sell, they said to Saudi Arabia, but this applied to all of OPEC, if you sell oil for only dollars, we will be your military backer.
international, using the international currency for oil.
Yes. It expired. It was not re-signed in. A month ago, Saudi Arabia, for the first time ever since the petrol deal was signed in, sold oil for something other than dollars. They sold it for rupees out of India. The petrodollar has been the carry-on of Bretton Woods, but it's made it so that the dollar is the base currency of the world. So that almost any time two countries traded with each other, they first got dollars and then traded those dollars for goods. And then, so I'm wondering if long term, this isn't the first steps of our dollar losing global valuation.
We knew it was going to happen. They've been with India, China, and Saudi Arabia, Iran. We've known they were going to try to create a different currency.
Well, yeah, you're talking BRICS.
Yeah.
But Saudi Arabia, where it was the largest oil producer in the world, kept that at bay.
Right. But that's more reason that we as Americans need to be done with Saudi Arabia and drill under our own feet and be done with crap.
No, you're right. Yes, you are correct. But
in the U.S. currency.
But what this does is if the world stops using the US dollar as the base currency, the concern is that it'll throw us into really an economic screwball that'll throw us into a depression. That's the concern. And that was kind of the first step. And maybe that's why no one's talking about it. Like nobody is.
I just remember it being in the news a while ago and foreseeing that it would mess with our dollar. And the discussion is doing, going to a digital currency from the government, which keeps our value, or something like that. The whole thing is we're all dependent on other people in this world. We're all beholden to the people who have us by the short and whatever's, only because we're relying on them for energy, and it's ridiculous. Why? Well,
this isn't about the reliance on energy, because we could become completely energy self-sustaining tonight.
But if we were, and we were selling our oil to other countries, of course we'd be selling it in US dollars.
But the dollar no longer being the reserve currency of the globe would still knock us into a depression.
You're talking about what, 5 countries? You think Europe is going to go with not using the American currency in trades, or would they just use the euro? Like, what does Europe do? They have to buy petrol. How do they buy it? Do they buy it in US?
Right now, yes.
I don't blame them, because US currency is worth less than the euro.
No, they buy it in the US. This all started when Nixon was president and he took us off the global gold standard. when France sailed a battleship into New York Harbor. A lot of people don't know about that. That's shocking to me. You know, France did that, right? An
Yeah, but
open threat.
yeah.
They
But
rewrote it
again,
as they did that so they could haul their gold back on it. But no, they did that saying, give us our gold. And the way we maintained that is we went from the gold dollar to the petrodollar. And what will be next? I mean, maybe they could go with an electronic dollar would be the next thing, because that's when in 70 is when petrol secured itself as the dominant security of the world. And now it's going to the computer stuff. Maybe they'll lean into that, but it's really a huge concern.
not to our government. They would have done something about it. They didn't renew the thing. I mean, I'd like to ask Celeste about that.
No, we didn't not renew it. Saudi Arabia didn't renew it.
Right. So I'm asking why. I would like to know what our Congress thinks about it. That's a very interesting question, because, I mean, let's be honest. How much money does the United States pay out, and how in debt are we? I'm Saudi Arabia. I don't renew it. I mean, it looks crazy. We've got all these, and we're helping Ukraine. We're helping Israel. We've got chaos all over. We're putting out all these dollars. Our people are suffering. Our economy is suffering. And yet we're trying to be the heroes of the world. And Saudi Arabia just wants to make money. That's what they want. They want to make money and take care of their sovereign nation. And I think China comes in with a good plan, and India is the same. And they're thinking, well, we're tired of being third world nations. Let's build something. And why wouldn't they? Do you know how different it would have been under Trump? I think it would have been totally different. At least Trump would be working with Saudi Arabia and probably China, but he wouldn't be doing it for nothing. We would at least gain something.
I just wonder,
giving all the time.
Yeah, I think this problem goes beyond parties. I think this problem, this is one of those problems like a meteor's about to hit America. I think. I could be wrong. Maybe it's not as big an issue as, but this is something that the petrodollar has been the sustainment of the United States as the unipower of the world. And it just went away. Now, it could have gone away because Saudi Arabia, like everyone says, is finally running out of oil, and Saudi Arabia or OPEC is going to be moving to a different base economy. I don't know. I'm not near smart enough to predict this, but I do know that the petrodollar deal ended, and the petrodollar deal was what secured us. So here's what it says on Microsoft News or whatever. It says potential to disrupt the global financial order. However, the petrodollar's dominance may be facing its most significant challenge yet. The agreement between the U.S. and Saudi Arabia expired June 9th, 2024. This expiration has far-reaching implications. It has the potential to disrupt the global financial order. The shifting power dynamics in the oil market are a critical factor in this development. The rise of alternative energy sources, such as renewables, natural gas, which I think we're the biggest producer of natural gas, has reduced the world's reliance on oil. Furthermore, the emergence of new oil-producing nations, such as Brazil and Canada, has challenged the traditional dominance of the Middle East. Maybe it's just the Middle East getting weaker. It says the U.S. dollar's future. The petrodollar's expiration could weaken the US dollar and by extension, the US financial markets if oil were to be priced in a currency other than the dollar. It could lead to a decline in global demand for the greenback. This in turn could result in higher inflation, higher interest rates, and a weaker bond market. But one thing they're not mentioning front and center, and this is for the average person, the biggest concern, is we would probably see gas prices rise month over month over month over month. Because we've held the dominance, it's kept our oil prices artificially lower. And we may see to where we go like Europe and we start pricing gas in liters instead of gallons.
We also may see their value drop, like their value of their dollar may not be the same as ours and goes down, and we get more for our. I mean, there's a lot of things that can happen with a flimsy system like money. I mean, it's crazy, but you just go to Europe or go to Mexico and just look at the fluctuation in value in Europe. When the euro first started and we were there, oh my gosh, our money went so far, and then the euro gained traction, and then it kind of went even. The pound was double the US dollar when I was there last.
Yeah.
The US dollar is better than Canada money.
It is, but it's the base currency. And the reason we've had artificially lower oil prices or gas prices, let's hit it where it hits at the pump, is because everyone came and got dollars first, and that gave us bargaining chips when we bought oil. If that goes away, that might change it. I mean, like I'm thinking long term, like, do I need to start pricing what it'd be to convert my pickup truck to natural gas? Because I think natural gas long term, if this has the effects it's predicted, would be a more stable energy system to get. Yeah, it runs like crap and whatever, but it'll be more stable. Because what happens if we hit $15 a gallon and then they start saying, okay, just so that we don't have that sticker shock at the pump, we're going to do what Europe did and start pricing it by the liter so that we can drop that price down to $4 a liter.
You don't think that our federal government would say to themselves, okay, let's lift restrictions and drill? Like, really? I'm sorry, but even a Democrat isn't going to pay by the liter. And even a Democrat is not going to care about wetlands. This Chevron deal is going to make it so even the EPA isn't going to be the all powerful. We definitely should be drilling, especially with as much oil as we have. And a different president would do that.
I agree. I think we should 1,000%.
I mean, I can't imagine America going, yeah, okay, let's charge by the liter. We're not even the metric system. Come on. However, Americans can't even fathom that. They can't even fathom that. And that is $7 to $8 a gallon. Europe is doing it, but Europe allowed it and tolerates it.
Europe's doing more than 7 to 8 gallons or dollars a gallon.
I know, but I'm saying that they're doing it by liters, and when you add up the liters and how much, it's ridiculous. And they're doing it, but a lot of them can't drive. It's caused them to change the way they even live their lives.
They're lucky.
Okay with that, but United States, that's impossible. We're too far.
I agree. Europe's lucky that its nations were built before the automobile, so its nations built for people who don't, like New York City. You could live in New York, live a fully complete life without owning a car in New York City, because it was fully built before the automobile came in. That means things are closer. Everything's closer. Right. You come out west or even LA, you could not live in LA without a car. You could not.
Right.
You would be broke on Uber or taxis.
And I'm telling you, even people in LA will say drill, baby, drill, if it means them be able to keep their cars.
I agree. And we need to open up more refineries. We haven't had a
Absolutely.
refinery open since 73, I think, or 71.
It's been, I think it's been like 50 years, if
Mhm.
not more. And it's a joke. And yet we're living in a state that has refineries. We're living in a state that has oil underneath it. Again, we need to get our federal lands under our control so the state can actually produce oil and refine oil and then sell it to the rest of the country, because we are a capitalist system, and give it to the citizens of Utah at a lower price as a thank you, and profit on everything else, throw that money into our schools, eliminate our property tax. And in the meantime, we take care of our seniors and we take care of our schools and teachers and police officers and give them a fair, great wage. And then we feed the rest of the nation and cut the ties with all these nations that have us by the throat on oil.
The
I'm just
downside
tiring, but
is
that is
between
insanely logical.
is between now and the new drilling and the new refining is a really hard period of time. And that's when I'm going to get my
The drill
Mad
can go
Max
up in
uniform.
4 hours. You eliminate the restrictions. You got drilling companies that could be up in 24 hours, and new drilling companies would start. New businesses would pop up all over. And if the one rule was that you drill and when you're finished, you cap and you never look like you were there, which is why fracking is so great, because it can actually tell where the actual oil is without damaging the environment, contrary to what people believe. Drilling companies would pop up, get in there, and they could get out. And that's what people don't understand. The beauty of America, what makes us so different and so amazing in the world stage, is that we're able to innovate and be great thinkers if the government is out of our way. Right now, the government.
What made us great? What made us great was our lack of regulation.
Yeah.
But now we've got the regulation. Now, here's a question. Let's say this dollar dominance collapses next week. Do you think this administration will do the steps it needs, or do you think it will lean in and say, this is environmentally perfect?
This administration?
The one that we get to live
yeah.
with until next year.
They'll start the Great Reset, and they'll start implementing. I mean, they'll probably do a digital currency or something, but they're not going to make good choices. And this administration is attached to the last Obama administration, so I have zero thought about anybody from that party even coming close to preserving the potential of giving us our own self-efficient oil and drilling within our own lands and filling up our reserves. We do need a government, and it's not necessarily the president, but we need the Senate to start making laws about drilling, to be open to it. You got to get federal lands out of the way. If we're not going to get federal lands out of the way, then we need the Senate to say you can drill on federal lands. But people in Utah don't want you drilling in Moab, or we don't want drilling on the Great Arch and all of that. But West Desert, why not? As long as they can preserve the environment without destroying it utterly. If there's oil there, let's get the oil. I don't believe it's only there one time. I believe it's a renewable resource, but then again, people think I'm crazy. But I don't think dinosaur goo runs out. I mean, that's a whole nother show. However, Utah, Arizona, Colorado, Montana, we're all sitting on oil, more than Saudi Arabia has. We know that. We have the ability to be energy independent, but the Green New Deal that the United States is so boldly trying to lead everyone by the nose through, when it's unsustainable and it hurts the middle class worse than anybody else. And no matter what you do, you're not going to change the global changing that's happening, because it's called weather, right? It's weather. Oh, year 2023 was the hottest in history. Was it? Because you only got about 100 years to dictate what it was. And we went through a whole climate change where we had an ice age. I mean, you don't have temperatures from that. Where were the vehicles then? Like, how is man controlling the climate? I don't understand that. But to be energy independent, it makes sense, and it's ridiculous. They're making us dependent on other third world nations or the Middle East, which keeps us there, and it keeps us in the middle of this crap. And I think it should be America first. Take care of America first, and then we start helping others.
I'm with you. Okay, we got 4 minutes. I'm looking over your shoulder, and I see you got the Rock back there. What do you do if the Rock steps in and says he's going to run for the Democrat office if they unseat Biden?
Laugh out loud.
Okay.
What does he know about politics? What has he done in that arena? Has he
supported Biden?
Local politicians? Has he? I mean, at least Trump had to work with politicians throughout his whole career, and his success made or broke based on political ideology. And he was in the middle of that game. At least Ronald Reagan had to run for governor and take care of a state before he ran. I know Trump is the great outsider, but the truth is, he had to participate in the game that is being played in DC to understand DC. And he understood it because he knew who to pay and when to pay him. He knew how to pay and get around the tax system that Biden wrote, mind you, that they complain about taxing the rich and the rich don't pay their fair share. By design. These are the jackasses that wrote the tax code. So any billionaire that follows it deserves to keep their money.
What do we, wouldn't it be cool if we got an outsider into the Democrat Party that broke with the radical progressive agenda?
Oh, it'd be really cool.
Like if someone with Bill Clinton's leanings jumped into the Democrat Party and we kind of normalized that crazy race to the left, or even someone, here's the one thing I would love to see: the Democrat Party, someone get in there and say, we are done with race identity politics. It's destroying us. Just that one thing.
It's racist as hell.
Mm-hmm.
Well, even Hillary Clinton surprised me with her coming out about Israel and saying, you guys are crazy. If you don't let Israel fight back, you lose the Middle East. They have to be able to defend themselves. They'll be destroyed. The end goal is to wipe them off of the face of the earth. You can't tie their hands. And, I didn't expect that from Hillary Clinton. But again, had Hillary won, the election, I don't know where our country would be. I almost
would be in year 6 of World War III.
And had Hillary not ran, maybe we wouldn't have had Trump. And Trump showed us 4 years of a successful nation. And now to see, this is the thing that we always say, is when I look at how many people show up to vote, what a small percentage decide what happens in this country. These are people that don't know what suffering is. And our country's not suffered yet. Our generation hasn't. And we're the generation of hey, go survive on your own. Make sure you're home by the time the lights come on. And mom and dad are working 2 jobs each to make sure you have it better than we ever had. And you're kind of going to grow up in the streets and raise yourselves. And we're feral, right? We're the feral generation. And then we raised a generation kind of that mindset that we want them to have better than what we had. But really, we had kick-ass childhoods. And, you know, we had a lot. We had a lot. So how do you give your kids more? But we took away that part where we also sacrificed, or we maybe got beat up a time or two by the local bully before we stood up for ourselves, or we built a group of kids around us and made long life friendships. You take that generation shift, and now we've created weak men.
Well, there's not just that, but the boomers actually wrote laws that maintained their power and wealth.
Right.
And it skipped, because of that, it's going to skip 2 generations. And then there's going to be a flood of wealth and power drop in on the generation or two below you and me. The
Right.
millennials and the alphas are going to.
You don't see Gen Xers running to take the torch because
it's not that we're
not meant for them.
It's not even that we're not running.
80-year-old people in a debate. It's by design. It was all by design. So we take that, and we don't have a society that understands real pain, because it's easier for me to talk about how difficult my personal life has been financially over the last 4 years, and with health concerns and all the difficulties of living on a salary based on a healthy economy and all of that. But it's easy for me to say that while I'm sitting in my beautiful home in my beautiful neighborhood with food in my pantry. And some families don't even have that. They have to sell their homes. They're priced out of their homes. They can't even find a rental, and they can't fill their pantry. They can't even go to the grocery store. They're going to food banks and stuff. That's suffering. But even that isn't at the level that some nations, as a majority, have suffered, because they go to their rental and they still have a big screen TV and Wi-Fi and a computer in their home. I mean, as Americans, we have suffered, but I don't think we have suffered to the point that other nations have. So I don't know what it's going to take for people to go, wait a minute, this is below my bar of what I'm willing to take.
Can I say something? We haven't suffered because of the petrodollar. That's why. That is exactly why.
Your seats, because everything happens for a reason. I know people don't like to hear that, but if that's what it takes to get more people in America to go, okay, wait, no, this is too much. All my savings is gone because the dollar is worth zero. Is gold even going to be worth it? Because is anyone going to recognize gold as the standard universally? Or do we need to focus at home, keep our digital currency a United States digital currency, and stop doing business outside and let countries that want to do business with us pay tariffs to do business with us like they charge us in other countries? There's got to be a give and flow here, a give and take. America has been the shiny city on the hill for so long. We're too big to fail. And that is absolute BS. We are failing. We're failing. And nobody is willing to go, okay, you know what? Sorry, Ukraine. We can't fund your war, because right now we got a war brewing in our own homeland of our own states, and our people are not protected, and our healthcare is shit. Our veterans are not taken care of, but we need a border wall ourselves. Why are we funding your wall? Why are we funding death of a generation of people across the ocean? Over what? Over land? I don't understand why America has to be the protector of all. I think that it's been too long. And I agree with Trump when he said, in NATO, if everyone's paying the same relative to how many their population is or whatever, that makes sense. Yeah, let's join together and let's be united and taking care of our allies. But when one nation is bearing the burden for everyone and expectations of everyone, it's like, wait a minute, how is this fair? The American people are paying for so much crap they get zero benefit from in the name of security or in the name of charity. And that's why people have churches, and that's why there's 501c3s. They're designed that way to take care and to pick up where the government cannot. The government's taking the hands out of that. Oh, we'll pay for it. The government can't pay for anything. And we're going to have a generation of people, Gen X mainly, that is going to be retired or never retire. And we will never get the benefit of our Social Security that we've paid into. We'll be that weird generation where they'll have to, now it's bankrupt, so we're going to have to come up with something else, but we're bankrupt. So what happens to us? Do we all go sign up to have ourselves, unalived so that we're not a burden on our children and our grandchildren and our government?
I just hope I get a job in a pretty place so I can die in a pretty place.
Get a job at Disney World. Hell.
Because we're going to work till we die. Anyways.
I mean, I'm sorry, but that's where we're at. And if 3,000 people in Tooele County or 4,000 people in Tooele County out of 76,000 people decided to show up and vote in the Republican primary, which if you're a Democrat, I understand why you stayed home. But if you want any say in the government in this state, you didn't get up and go vote. You didn't even have to get up. You just had to go to your mailbox. We've made it so easy. You go to your mailbox and fill out a ballot and send it in. Only 4,000 people did that in this county. But I guarantee you, all 70,000 will bitch and moan and cry about how being victims of a government or how much overreach or the Republicans are doing this and the Democrats are doing that. And what are they doing? They couldn't be bothered to vote. It's like they're just fine. They're fine with how life is going, and they're fine with the direction the country's going in, because their silence is compliance, in my opinion. They're compliant.
Well, on that note, well, it's not just that. You've got to admit, if you're offered a dry, ashy dog turd or a nice, wet, greasy dog turd, it's still a dog turd. Everyone, that's 4 hours.
Decide what's on the menu at any time.
No, you don't. No, you don't. Anyways, that's the show for this week. Everyone have a good weekend. Stay safe. Thank you, Holly. Thank you for Marcus says it needs to be more than just voting. It needs to be informed voting. Yes.
Absolutely. Thank you, Marcus.
Yes, thank you, Marcus. Holly, thanks for suffering with the remote again. Hopefully by next week we'll be back to normal. I still haven't told you about everything that happened, so we'll have to talk online.
Well, you call it suffering, but I'm not suffering.
Look at those shoes.
I'm sitting in my cute boots.
Cute boots.
I'm watching what's happening in my neighborhood. Like, I'm getting a front row seat to the daily goings on. I mean, this is not a bad gig. And I miss you. I do like this being in person.
I like it better when you're in person. The sound's better, and it's nice when we can talk face to face. But I'll chat with you online and let you know what's going on. But we'll be back next Friday. I'm hoping we can reach out. I would love to get Celeste on just to hear what the scuttlebutt back in DC is about the petrodollar ending, because maybe I'm making a big to-do about nothing. Maybe it's a planned event. We recognize it. Not a big deal. We've figured out the replacement. I don't know.
All right, let's reach out to Celeste to see if she'll be on the show next week.
Perfect. All right.
You want to do it? Since you have the topic in mind, I will back you up on it, but
yeah, I'll shoot her a message.
And then next week would be the 5th. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So the 6th is when I
head to Michigan.
No, it'll be a week, and it's Milwaukee. It's sunny
Milwaukee. They're all the same to me.
The 13th. So I will be going to Milwaukee, and hopefully we can do like a call-in where I can do a show. We can from convention, and
That'd be cool.
we just do a couple call-ins throughout the week.
That'd be way cool.
That's
All
too
right.
fancy.
So,
I'll call in and we'll go live.
yeah. All right, Holly, I will talk to you maybe tomorrow or sometime.
Okay.
I'll reach out to Celeste tonight and see if she's available for next week, or maybe it'll be sometime during the week. We'll just play off whenever she's available, because she's got a really much more set in stone schedule than I have. But we'll talk to you later.
And give my best to the family, and I adore you. So, and thank you everyone for tuning in.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Appreciate the support.